Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. Last episode, what happened last episode?
Flashback time, baby.
Right,
we got
okay.
our boy Phoenix Wright in his prime, and that's all we really know. This man is not really giving us much information, but he is Trucy's dad.
Zach
and we were graced
otherwise
by
known
the
as
present.
What did they call him? In the first trial, like Slim Shady something. Shady Smith,
Yes.
Was it?
Shady or something.
Was it Shady
yeah, that
Smith?
Was...
I feel like it was Shady Smith.
They mentioned it briefly. He has a real name. Just Zach is his stage name.
Maybe Shady Smith is his real. I don't know. Hey, wait. Actually, I know where we can look. Shady.
Oh, you're right.
Shady Enigmar, I think it is.
Enigma, probably.
I think it's Enigmar because of the R.
I mean, perhaps.
Oh, shit. Sorry, I just skipped that line.
He said something about the lines of, that was impressive, Phoenix Wright.
We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually.
I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better you discover the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know.
I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened?
Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy.
Speaking of which, where is she?
Oh, she's feeding him piranhas. Don't worry about it.
I'm very worried!
You have seen the problem yourself. The letter.
The one shot in the forehead. Or the one shot in the forehead one, right?
Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death.
Why not?
This is something I will not say. For now, at least.
God damn it, volume. No.
We're just having tech issues right now.
The thing is just spiking all over the place. It goes down to 0, then like 50, then 100. And... No, you sit there at 30.
Be a good boy and we'll get you McDonald's.
What's this for now business?
I have done many things in my life. Some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves.
We?
You wanted to know about the night of the incident?
Yes. Finally. This guy sure likes to take his time getting into the important stuff.
Of course. I had no intentions of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. And found there upon his bedstool, and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols.
2?
Yes, the one I had used on stage. And the one that has been used by my partner, Valiant.
Oh, for the Zach and Valance quick draw thing.
We have a missing pistol.
Interesting.
My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then, for a moment.
You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him?
Recall there was a reason I could not refuse in his request. His last such request, though not his first.
So there were other requests you couldn't refuse before?
To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I've brought pain upon Trucy.
Was Magnifi coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in Trope Gremier?
Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown! Zach basically just pulled a, I did not shoot him. I did not. It's bullshit. I did not. Oh, hey, Phoenix.
Oh, hi, right?
Oh, hi, right. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket.
In your pocket?
I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What are those called?
Rifling marks?
Yes! Well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case.
Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me?
You're a fascinating man, Mr. Wright.
Thanks.
Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes opened.
What? What? Magnifi Gremier?
The old devil, he was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. Look at the clowns like, bro, why'd you have to shoot me? You didn't have to shoot.
I'm just sitting here like, okay, I need to think about what I did to deserve this. This is the time for me to reflect on myself.
Turnabout Big Top, motherfucker. Boom.
Someone get me a gun. I want to shoot 9 more at this thing. I'm gonna pretend it's Mo.
It was not a long discussion. Maybe 5-10 minutes or so.
What did you talk about?
Aha, Mr. Wright! Did I not tell you? It does not concern this case.
Zach Gremier. He seems pretty steadfast to me. Or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom!
Once again, I am in your hands.
Right. Let's get back in there.
Let's see where this takes us. Remember, it all leads to faulty evidence.
Court is now back in session.
During the recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head.
Well, this is news. And the rifling marks?
There wasn't time to do detailed analysis. Although they did find a weapon type matches the murder weapon.
Well, that's not very conclusive, is it?
Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness.
Your decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think.
Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production.
It is interesting how confident Clavier is, especially considering the fact he's going up against Phoenix Wright.
I don't think he cares. I think that's why he's so confident.
It could be that, but I feel like there might be a little more to it. I mean, considering the fact that Phoenix is a super famous lawyer at this point.
He does what other defense attorneys can't do, and that's win in these situations.
Mm-hmm.
I think it might have to do with the fact that he is kind of like a playboy. he has something else to back up. So his whole reputation isn't relying on being an attorney.
Okay.
In the other half of Truth Gramiere's famous duo, Zach and Valiant.
Valiant Gramier. So, we get to meet the great Magnifi's other disciple.
We get to see Uncle.
Hey! Didn't he have a
Man in the
mustache?
yellow hat.
Did he have a mustache, or am I just imagining that?
He did, but at the same time, this was 7 years in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valiant Gramier, magician.
And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt?
Fates, the grand illusion filled with traps and tricks.
Wait! The shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late?
If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes.
Okay. I always get the characters, don't I?
I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this.
That looks very familiar.
Wait. That's the same letter Zach Gramier received.
Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da!
Order, order, order! And what does it say? Surely not the same thing.
Perhaps you should see for yourself.
To my beloved student Valiant. To you I entrust the task of covering my life's curtains. Come on the 13th, 11:20 p.m. Oh, so we changed the time. Already a gun which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. It's the same letter, except the time is changed.
Why, it's practically the same. The court accepts it into evidence.
Was the crime taking place on the 13th?
That would be a thing for the autopsy report. April 13th, 11 to 11:30. So that window means either one of them could have killed him.
That's true.
This
The
is
man in
most...
the yellow hat's kind of acting sus.
Yeah.
This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What exactly was your troop Gramier up to?
What you mean?
I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less.
Just my opinion, Her Judge. But from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them.
I think it's coercing.
Oh, coercing them, not asking them. We walk the magician's path together, and in so doing, share much of our lives. When people are so close, there is strain, a warping of relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand.
By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse.
It made them an offer they can't refuse.
Let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Gramier, stands accused. Tell us why.
Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red rose rise shining hymns of the miracle that is magic.
Fascinating. Though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene.
In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time.
As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes. And now it's time to get this party fired up.
The night of
I
the
have no
crime.
clue how to voice these two. They sound so much alike.
I can't help you there.
Yeah, that's okay. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnifi requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow students might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with a deed is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I give to the clown.
So he's saying I shot the clown.
Mm-hmm. Then I informed the doctor and the police.
So you were the one who reported the crime.
Indeed, I would think. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion.
Let's not jump to any conclusions.
Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusion in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Gramier, is guilty.
And if it wasn't Zach Gramier, then the killer was you, Valent. And no disappearing act will get you out of that.
Oh, I have a feeling he's about to do a disappearing act.
The fact that we saw him already 7 years later. But let's see if we can actually find out if he's the murderer or not. That night I visited the hospital room. Which, according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m.?
Indeed. In magic, timing is everything.
Right.
Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on stage before my stunt double has left, how would that look? Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic. Now that you revealed the very secret of your magic for all of us, move on. You went to the designated time, and what did you see?
So, you weren't worried for your own safety at all? I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby? Oh.
Oh, already? I did not consider this, to be honest. It was forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination.
What? Really? Isn't magic all about illusion and imagination? How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid? Oh, how about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid.
He's already cracking. Now you're the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination.
The witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding.
Even the judge is like, this. You're making this way too easy, dude.
My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things.
Well, he's actually not allowed to imagine.
No,
Wow.
he's commenting on the fact that he's like, Valent's basically saying everyone can't imagine shit.
Right. Which brings us back to this reason neither of you could refuse.
So it does. And my partner, he did not refuse.
But Magnifi wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zach couldn't?
Because I have a will of steel. Of course. I also do this trick where I bend steel bars. so perhaps steel isn't all that strong.
So which is it?
Mind if I continue?
Kinda. The deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. There were 2 bullet holes at the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you?
No doubt my partner Zach had said much the same thing.
Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. I better dig around here a bit more and see what I can turn up. Mr. Valiant, let me ask you about something else concerning the crime scene. Namely, alright, the bullet in the pistol, the location of the pistol, the number of pistols. Okay, the bullet in the pistol, because if we can find a difference in the rifling marks, we can prove who did the murder. In order to shoot a pistol, you need a bullet. Where was the bullet?
I entered the room and took the pistol in my hand.
Oh, never mind. Right. They already said that there were 2 pistols at the scene.
And they were loaded up, I believe. Oh, the bullet already floated, ready to fire at any time. A magician's always prepared, you see.
Prepared for?
One never knows when a miracle will be called for. A magician always has 7 doves in his pockets and a white rabbit up each sleeve. Clearly, we're dealing with the professionals here.
Is this bullet that was loaded in the pistol really so important?
Yes, it was quite important. Without a loaded bullet, we wouldn't have a murder. It's very important, Your Honor.
Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony.
What can I do but obey?
Pistol was already
The
loaded.
pistol was already loaded. I merely pulled the trigger.
Whoop, that was not the right button. Okay, so this is the statement that we have to either press again or find something out. So, oh, let me, okay, there we go. Say, if there were 2 pistols at the scene, why is there only 1 left?
Maybe the real killer took it away? I think we need to ask him about the number of pistols, because that hasn't been brought up in court itself.
Okay. If the pistol was already loaded, something doesn't make sense. Why weren't the victim's fingerprints on it?
You should know that we of the Troupe Gremier are capable of many things. One of these being the levitation of iron balls, without touching them. There's no magic involved here. The shooter was methodical, is all. He simply wiped everything of fingerprints.
Can't really do much with fingerprints that weren't there. Maybe I should ask about something else? The number of pistols. How many pistols were there when you entered the room?
By which you mean what, precisely?
2 pistols were used in the Zach and Valiant quick draw shoot 'em, correct? 1 for each of you.
You are well informed, yes. Only one of my old friends sat on the hospital room that night.
What did Zach tell me back in the lobby?
Of course, I had no intentions of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pockets.
Oh. I see no problem with that statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene, after all.
So you picked up that pistol and fired it?
Indeed I did. Alakazam! Alakazam! Alakaboom!
Is the number of pistols really so important?
The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor.
Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony.
What can I do but obey? Only one pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, I shot the clown.
So we shot the clown. We can't disprove that. So you took the one and only pistol and then fired it?
That's correct.
And that pistol was this one, which was left at the scene?
Good show! I see you too are a magician of sorts.
And you're an idiot of sorts. Do you have any idea what you just said?
I see the fire in your eyes as you glare at the witness. So how about you heating up this trial a bit? These slow ballads bore me.
I've got a hunch, but maybe that's all it is. Maybe I should ask you about something else? We haven't done the location of the pistol. Where exactly was this pistol when you entered the room?
The small my table it was. As if to say, here I am, take me into your hand, pull my trigger, shoot him. The victim clearly wanted to be shot.
But why?
Perhaps he wanted to go out with a bang. Yet we will never hear the truth from his lips, so all we can do is guess.
Is the location of the pistol all that important?
Without a murder weapon, there would be no murder. It's very important, Your Honor.
Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony.
What can I do but obey? I took the pistol from the small table and shot the clown.
Why did you do that? I would think calling the police would come first.
Then you know nothing of the relationship between a master and his disciples. If your master says die, you die. Do you understand?
I can't see Mia asking that of me. So, you're going to die?
Certainly not. It was but an example. In any case, I wanted to fulfill my obligation. A final courtesy to a great mentor, perhaps. Or perhaps not!
Perhaps I'm totally confused. Maybe I should ask about something else? No need. We've already done all this. On second thought, let's run with this testimony for a little while longer.
It did bring something up with the number of pistols. You know how it, like, I see the fire in your eye, let's heat it up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's interesting. So this is the only piece of testimony that actually stayed.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so all that other stuff was for nothing. Okay. I took up the pistol from the small table and shot the clown. The crime photo shows... yeah, that could actually be Magnepious shards, small syringe used for administering insulin shots. No fingerprints found. This is a hard one.
It's not this statement.
Huh?
That's all I'm going to say. It's not this statement. We have to have him talk about the number of pistols.
What? But that didn't do anything.
We have to. No, it stays in there. Just you only can have with this testimony. You can only have one topic on on stage at a time.
Okay.
It's not like the other ones.
The number of pistols. Okay, so we've read all this dialogue before. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. He says he took the other pistol.
He said he took the pistol.
Mm-hmm. Quite important. Okay.
You got to remember, according to the court, there's only one pistol. The court just found out about the existence of the second pistol.
Okay. So maybe
Zach
we could
showed up
present
first.
Okay, so maybe we could present the pistol, actually. That's my only guess, so let's try it. Aha! According to the defendant, Zach Gremier, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table.
2.
One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket.
Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head.
Well, what about what happened? What about what Mr. Well, what about what Mr. Valent has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense.
What might that be? I told you! I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown!
That's your story, at least.
Huh?
But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valent.
Ah, that's what's going on.
Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us.
We compared the bullets taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired with this gun. The rifling marks on the bullet was a perfect match. Oh, I see. Because Zach took the gun. That makes sense. Ah!
So Valent really is the murderer. Mr. Valent, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Ooh, it's the old corner theme. Or no, this is the pursuit
yes.
theme.
This is the pursuit.
Order!
I'm
We're
right.
on the trail.
I'm right though, right? This is the pursuit theme, right?
No, this is the corner theme, I believe.
No, the corner theme was more
no,
intense.
it's the pursuit. It's pursuit. Never mind.
This is my favorite pursuit theme.
Well, this is all rather sudden.
What have I done?
Prosecutor Gavin.
According to Gamer, this is the objection theme.
Oh, okay.
I don't know the name of the songs. I just know the songs are awesome in this game.
I have the soundtrack archived on my computer, but I guess I can't remember the
Nice.
specific name.
I owe the court an apology. Sorry.
Sorry for what?
You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them.
You gotta be kidding me. But that's not what you told us before. You said you verified the murder weapon.
Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add.
Gee, I sure believe that.
Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth?
Yes!
It was 30 minutes ago.
That was just this morning!
I was just but a youth. I am still young. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not have been having this pleasant discussion now.
Valent Gramier.
Yes, Your Honor.
You were presented to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive.
Good one, Judge. Really good one. You'll see in time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next.
Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin?
When Mr. Valiant entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, her right, the real fight, is about to begin.
Bring it.
Very well. The witness will testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what.
All right.
I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. Wait a second, wasn't Zach's time exactly 11:10?
No, his exact time was 11:05.
Oh, okay.
Where's okay, the first letter. Yeah, 11:05.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
So what happened in the 5 minutes?
Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi.
It's easy to explain in this situation, Her Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years, Hard Time for Love. Cue to the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Do it 100 times. The result is the same.
Their debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a ripoff!
Magic is a world of the utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. In the time of death determined by the doctor, there's an incontrovertible truth.
Incontrovertible, I think.
Oh, incontrovertible truth. I hate all these big words, man.
I hear you.
Very well. The prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise timing. And we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision.
I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus that this case so clearly demands.
Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a
Oh, god damn it!
Oh no.
Carry on, Mr. Wright.
Carry on. Right. Okay, so I guess we can only press certain things.
Or it could be one of those where you can press for information, but then it gives you an option to press more.
After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation and called the doctor. Before the police arrived, it was quite clearly about the time.
I think this one's important enough. I think that 11:10 is important enough to look into.
I don't think I'm stepping out of a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with time?
We do usually get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death.
Magic reveals its making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex, in this case, is a simple matter of subtraction.
I see another person has done their arithmetic homework.
The point here is the IV the victim was taken. It's quite visible from the photograph in the scene. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim, Magnifi Gramier's schedule. Every night at 11 p.m., Magnifi took an IV drip for 30 minutes.
I can see the IV bag right there, yes.
Now, look a little closer. Follow the tube down to the bag to the end.
Ah, the needle's been removed.
Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot. What the fuck? I don't think that's how IVs work.
Yeah, those things are normally stuck in your skin.
Oh no, I've been shot. The IV, just like, later, I'm out of here.
Mm-hmm. Stuck on your skin, and I think the way those things work is they use gravity to push the liquid into your body. Don't quote me on that, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's how it's done. That liquid's not gonna stop just because it's no longer in your skin.
Oh, guy's dead. Time to evacuate. The IV's like, ew, dead body, get out, gross.
That would seem to be the case.
When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips.
Well, it would make sense they're designed like that, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Preserve as much medicine as possible. You could just measure the remaining IV liquid.
Precisely. The IV liquid functions, for our purposes, as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after the administration begun.
Interesting.
Good to know, good to know. And so it was when I, Valent, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since the horrible crime was committed. And this is proof.
Well, Mr. Wright.
Did that seem important? Yeah, it was very important, if that's his alibi. Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important.
Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony.
Time's the most magical thing of all. Is the truth?
Right, okay. The water of the springs
The
not...
water of life spring, not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence.
I would like to read this detail exactly. 30 minutes required to administer a full IV. From the amount remaining, IV stopped 10 minutes after after administration began. Water of my life, eternally. Did you say something?
No, I'm just reading that again. Proving my innocence. Let's press that. Let's see what else we can get from that.
Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance?
When first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then, his left arm did I spy a rose, drooping and wilted. Its thorn, the discarded IV needle. Knocked for the vein by the force of the shots. Luckily for you. If the IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so.
Indubitably?
Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color.
Your lucky color?
Indeed, even today I wear it proudly upon the suspect's self. For it is always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valence won their first Magician's Grand Prix. Oh, that's a callback right there.
Yeah, I was about to say, to Big Top.
The Big Top. Yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians. I was adorned by in this attire then too, and our trophy, a bust. Ah, what a day that was.
This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. Even these guys
acknowledge how shit Big Top was.
They're like, yeah, we're sorry about that one.
Well, this game had different writers, didn't it?
The same producer, same I think it's the same writer.
Huh. Even they hate Big Top.
My lucky color, yes indeed, and that IV too. They say, I think 'twas hued, especially for me, Valiant.
That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony?
Alan sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky color?
Look, I don't think this is.
Yeah, there's nothing here. I don't see any problem with that testimony.
If you say so. Let's continue, shall we?
The judge kind of sounded like upset about it. You say so. I wanted to know more about the color. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth.
Okay, so that's how this is working. So we can go to the beginning, unless we have what we need.
We could have what we need. Is there any proof? Wait. Can you take a look at his letter real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Do we have any proof that they put their names in their letters?
To my beloved student Valent, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtains. Come to on the 13th, 11:12 p.m. I will ready a gun which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Magnifique Gramier. Anything from that you get?
No, they put the name on that. Does it have a Zach's name by chance on the 110 or the 1105?
Yeah, to my beloved student Zach.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was the only thing I was basing on. Like, we could get something.
The water
The
of
remaining
life's
IV
springs.
liquid proves my innocence.
What's this notebook page? Seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. Wait, hold on a moment. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell.
We
How do you
present
know-
that? It's mentioning 10 minutes again. What is
I-
the context of that again? What
A
is that?
mysterious
Is that
paper
this-
received just before the trial. Wait, Trucy gave us this note. I'm not sure about that. Here's the crime photo.
Wait a second.
Could he have
Okay,
taken
this
that
is
IV
weird.
out himself?
He could have.
I'm not sure if the notebook page would do us good here, though, but it is a good lead.
Let's. Okay, this is weird. Go ahead and press this statement one more time.
Okay. Okay, well, we've already read all this.
It was a lucky color.
Wait, we are supposed to get that detail in the testimony?
Yes.
Okay, there's a contradiction. It certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck, but not this time. Mr. Valent, your lucky colors betrayed you.
I'm afraid you've lost me.
Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence.
What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based.
Don't worry, I've got all your bases right here.
Very well. Let's hear the defense's claims. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valiant told us?
Dude, I don't know. What the fuck?
He said something about his lucky color being at the scene.
Did he even say what his lucky color is?
His lucky color is yellow.
Okay. Yeah, there's the golden yellowish pistol.
There's something that should be yellow that isn't in this picture. According to his testimony, that is.
You've lost me.
He said something along the lines, we just thought this was just really kind of like useless information. But he said that like he noticed like some water connected, like he was mentioning the IV and he mentioned the colored yellow with the IV.
Did he?
Yes, he did.
I probably should have read his statement again. So I guess that means the crime photo. The crime scene tells all, Your Honor.
The photo of the crime scene?
All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us her rights. Just where in the contradiction is this in this photo?
My pleasure. And I assure you, it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything black and white.
Let us hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony?
So it is the IV bag. Okay. Okay, note to self. If you gotta read something again, read it again. Valent Gramier. Let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes?
And it takes the mystery out of it, but yes. He's like, basically, why do you say that as he's just decked out in yellow?
Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright?
Yes, there is. It's an ugly color.
There, I said it. I'm tired of saying otherwise.
I want my attorney's badge painted silver, damn it. Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene.
What's this?
Fusion, doubt, tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy?
Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valent. Look at the IV bag.
Ugh! What is this? What foul magic?
It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow. And I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph.
He wasn't lying about the birds and the bunnies.
He wasn't.
Order, order, order! What does this mean?
This is some kind of mistake.
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. Your witness's mistake.
Ugh.
The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valent Gramier, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not.
Well,
This contradiction can mean only one thing.
and to think, you almost had me.
What?
I see your true colors now. Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. He said the thing. He said the thing.
How many times did they call him the Ace Attorney in the original trilogy, I wonder? They never did it in the first one. Don't believe they did it in the
I
second
don't think
one.
they did. I think this is the first time they've ever referred to him as Ace Attorney.
I feel like they might have done it once in the... Oh, they did do it once in the second trial of the third game.
Did they really?
Yeah, like remember when Luke at me was like saying ace detective, and Phoenix kind of responded I'm an ace attorney. They kind of did it.
Oh, okay.
I think that counts.
Yeah, that counts.
Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence.
Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Right. I like
How do you
Clavier's.
mean? What'd you say?
I like Clavier's theme. Pretty cool.
That's all right.
How? Because the witness has made no mistake. I agree. At a glance, the IV liquid does appear to be a sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you, the liquid itself is quite yellow.
Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green.
Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself?
Oh, it's blue.
Yep,
Blue and yellow make green, right?
yep.
The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook?
It looks like I want to say light blue.
Precisely. Figured it out yet?
But wait, that still makes no sense. How did the bag go from clear to light blue?
Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and...
You get green.
this, incidentally, is the liquid's true color.
Where did he see it?
I see. Your explanation does have a ring of truth to it.
As I thought.
Phoenix is having none of it.
There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin.
What?
You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is.
Grave?
The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you?
Ugh.
Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appeared to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow?
This is cornered.
Ah,
Or is it-
yes. Yes, this is correct.
Alakazoo!
Order, order, order! Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something. But what?
I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valant Gramier, has testified that the IV liquid yellow was because it looked yellow. He'd seen it before. He knew the IV liquid color. He'd seen it before. He knew the IV liquid's color. That's the only one. From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. But not inside the blue bag we see in this photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag.
I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what this means.
Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor.
I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV liquid's color? Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny pooper fans, yeah?
Teeny booper? What?
Teeny booper fans, yeah?
I don't know what that means, and I don't want to know what that means. The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with a 20-minute worth of sand remaining. You claim, Prosecutor Gavin.
I remember it well.
However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag.
Wait, I know! An hourglass uses sand, but the IV bag uses liquid. I'm right?
Well, yes, but that wasn't
Yeah.
my point. Oh wait. As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body. At
Okay,
which
so
point...
correction, Gamer says this is the pursuit theme.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. At which point, like magic, it disappears. No, I'm pretty sure this is the cornered theme. However, what if the amount of IV liquid has increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in.
Oh, I see where he's going with this. Let me get this straight, her right. You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag?
Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow.
Now wait! I said wait! How might an amateur such as myself assinate to perform such a task?
I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup.
That's a raw line right there.
Say what?
That's kind of a raw line. I'm an amateur, but I could pour water in a cup, though. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat?
He has a point, amateurs. I, at least, would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into a bag. Or into that bag.
You don't need to be an expert. Look on the witness's face. Or you don't need to be an expert to see that look on the witness's face, I think he said. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death.
I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence.
Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to Earth?
Valant Gramier. Oh, the corner theme is just a variation of the pursuit theme.
Yeah, LinkedIn saying it's pursuit cornered.
Okay, so we were both right. It's pursuit
Everyone's
theme
right.
and the cornered theme. I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime.
Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting?
Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was— oh, I know, the syringe!
There was a syringe?
The victim's syringe!
Oh, there is a syringe.
It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick. And easy enough for an amateur to use.
What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it.
And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin?
What?
The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valant Gramier, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will.
Alakazam!
Those are some cute
That's one of the
bunnies.
better surprise sprites.
I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin.
He doesn't look so bent out of shape about it, at least.
I'm afraid that, while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today.
Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. Do a little much-needed investigation work.
I see there are no objections. Court is at...
Our theme intensifies.
Oh boy.
Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young, and they'll sweep your feet out from under you. In a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking.
What is he talking about?
You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid. But there is no proof.
There's no proof he didn't do it either.
Yes, quite true.
Huh? He's admitting it?
Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This I admit. After all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much?
You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin?
Proof, her judge. I have another way to prove my case. Oh no.
Oh, don't tell me that's the...
That's the tainted evidence.
Is that the same diary
no less.
that... Hold on.
I think so.
Come here, Silas. Is that the same thing where this notebook page came from?
Probably.
Oh, that thing!
Remember,
that thing's
Gavin-
gonna have something damning if nothing else will.
Oh my god.
What?
Where did Gavin get this?
I don't know.
Was it
What?
from his brother?
What? Why would... I don't know. Let's find out.
What's this?
This is the victim, Magnifique Gramier's diary.
Diary?
After going into the hospital, Magnifique began writing his memoirs, it seems. The stories of his birth, his startling debuts, and of meeting his disciples. It seems that he intended for the last chapter to end, quite appropriately, with his death.
Wait. That book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request?
Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night. Even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we?
Tonight's IV is in. Maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. This journal... God, I can't read this. It's so pixely. Freaking cursive.
I think he's going to read.
This
gonna
journal
read out
may
to
end
us.
here, or it may go on, but not long. That
Depends on his hand. All that left remains.
Okay, we're gonna have to open this to the court record to see it clearly. Fuck! I didn't read that.
Lay this pin.
The court accepts this into evidence.
All right, come here, you. Where are you?
Read the very last part with particular care.
Wait. Why is it? Huh? That's just a... Okay, I guess they don't want us to read it right now for whatever reason.
Read the last part with particular care.
All that...
This
Oh.
This
you.
journal may end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his. He refers to our defendant, Zach Gremier.
That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor, after all.
He says before that. This journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifique Gremier intended to write again. That is, if Zach Gremier didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. And this is the bait.
Oh no!
The trap has been set, and Phoenix triggers it.
Shit!
Because Magnifique's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Gremier.
Order, order, order! Prosecutor Gavin, are you certain that Magnifique Gremier wrote this?
There's no mistaking his handwriting.
Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifique did intend to continue his diary. Yet if his diary ended here, which plainly it did.
The one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Gremier. Well, how do you like me now, her writes? Still too green for your taste?
He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he's overlooked such an obvious problem with his precious evidence.
Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we have heard was lacking. But put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case.
If the diary is accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time to show them something. Oh no, I'm about to ruin Phoenix's job, his career.
We're about to ruin this whole man's career.
I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence.
What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary?
It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment.
Very well. Please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright.
Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary. I just showed the courts. Now that we come this far, I hope you have something a little bit more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary.
All right, I'd be happy to. The decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this page is... There it is.
Time to do it.
I'm sorry,
F
Phoenix.
in the chat.
F in the
F in the chat,
chat.
guys.
F. I'm sorry, Phoenix.
It was at that moment he knew he fucked up, says Big Master.
First, take a close look at this diary.
The screen. Oh, we should have screen captured that. It's like moments taken before tragedy.
Ah, shoot, we should have.
I could figure out a way to do that.
Note that a page has been clearly ripped out. It happened around an hour and 13 minutes into the VOD. If you...
Okay, cool.
That can help you. Note that a page has been clearly ripped out.
What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all.
That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page.
I don't believe it!
Look at this page. It's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Miss Magnifique Gremier. That's the defense's position.
Wait,
Oh, Jobu saved as well.
Nice.
let me see that. What in Sam Hill? Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary.
Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Magnifi's diary.
Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what all this means, Huratoni?
The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Gramier left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valent Gramier.
No. No!
The handwriting, too. It matches that on the other pages. This is, without a doubt, the genuine article.
All because a little girl who's 13 knew how to draw handwriting.
Order, order, order!
Wait! That's impossible! That old man couldn't have written this.
Huh?
Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Hurright?
Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? He fucking knows?
Judge.
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin?
Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness.
Huh?
But Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witness's...
I ask only to put it on hold. Please. My new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes. No more. I promise, Your Honor.
Well, if you put it that way. Mr. Wright, what's your take on this?
Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner.
Then, though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring the surprise witness to the courtroom.
I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. Huh? And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Oh no! It's fucking Masham!
Is that Masham?
It was Masham!
Wait.
Holding the trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin.
I beg the court's understanding.
It's fucking Masham, dude!
It is Masham. So that's how he's connected to this. But I had to make a judicial deal with this witness to secure his testimony.
A judiciary deal?
The details of this testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it's best to contain the information to this room.
Very well. And you are the witness, I gather?
I've already got to do the judge for an old man voice. Can you do this, old man?
Yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record. My name's Drew Masham. I'm a painter.
A painter? And you are somehow related to this case?
No, well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Masham, was it? Do you know what this is? Oh, yeah. I know it well.
How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I made it.
Oh. You... What? You made it?
Yes. You might call it one of my works. The Regional Prosecutor's Office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been appearing for the trial of Zach Gramier.
Oh, no!
So that's why Clavier knows.
Illegal evidence?
Was he just... No, I guess based on his reaction 7 years in the future, he had no clue.
Wait. What do you mean?
He was just told, like, beforehand, he's like, okay, kid, go out there, have fun. Also, by the way, there's some fake evidence running around here, so be careful. He didn't know that there was a plot. I think to him, he just thought Phoenix was like a dirty lawyer, so he's acting all cocky because he caught him. And he put everything together 7 years later, where the fact that it's like, this isn't like what is going on here.
So he figured out he falsely got Phoenix's badge taken away from him?
Yes, I think he's a pawn into this whole scheme as well.
I don't know. That could be possible. Let's carry on and see where it takes us.
I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large, Drew Masham, has another side, you might say. He is skilled at making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words.
Forgeries?
Well, so we ought to understand that this page here is...
A fake. Prepared by a certain defense attorney.
Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence!
Haha, the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume? What is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix writes.
Witness! Mr. Masham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client?
This right before...
What'd you say?
Okay, never mind. That's... I don't know.
What?
Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contract with them.
But there's no proof this is a fake!
It is a fake.
Huh?
To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I could say, without a doubt, this is mine.
Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court.
It was careless of me. That's all I can say.
Oh, old boy! Here!
What's this?
For the second time, Trucy fed someone forged evidence.
Oh.
I don't know! I just got it over there in the hall! He told me to give it to the old boy in in the blue shirt with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
She didn't know, though.
Yeah, didn't know. I don't think she knew, even with the Apollo one.
It was all a trap. A fatal trap.
Mr. Wright,
Yes.
do you have an explanation for yourself?
If I did, would the court hear it?
Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting it in court, a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney.
Fatal too, perhaps. Fatal too, perhaps. For your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? Oh, Clavier's more kind of pissed at his client than Phoenix.
You mean at the defendant?
Yeah, he's more pissed at Shady.
Okay.
The answer is quite clear. A guilty one.
Your Honor, wait! I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime. But you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual!
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor!
Another close call, I dare say. You know what? This was the nightmare that plagued Phoenix Wright for the first 3 games.
Was presenting false evidence?
Was just being disbarred by the judge. Remember the nightmare he had at the beginning of the second game?
Yeah.
I mean, those games came before this, but I find that pretty funny.
Well, that was
If the
nothing more than a
prosecu-
dream sequence that didn't really amount to anything.
If the prosecution office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah? I even give you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself.
I see no need for further discussion on the matter. Special witness dismissed.
Mr. Attorney,
Yes.
could I ask your name?
Phoenix Wright.
Mr. Wright. I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright.
Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, the trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must...
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Zach?
there is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty.
Huh?
It is impossible.
I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you.
Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict? When your defendant does not exist.
What?
Doesn't exist? What are you talking about?
I am talking about this.
Huh? Mr. Enigmar!
The defendant escaped. Find him, quick.
Bailiff! Close all exits from the building! On the double! He must not be allowed to escape!
That day, in the courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shady Enigmar, aka Zach Ramier, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again. Not since that day.
It's the Gramier miracle!
Okay, well that begs the question. Why did, fucking what's his name? The defense attorney from the first trial,
Not Clavier, but,
what was his brother's name? Christoph, that's his name.
Christoph.
Why did Christoph murder him 7 years later?
I don't know.
No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zach Ramier vanished, along with him for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however, but not until 7 years later. Damn.
Be continued.
All right.
Do we call for a quick recess for the stream as well?
I'm gonna read the sequence and then we can do so.
Okay.
Or actually, never mind. Let's go ahead and just call the recess now.
Okay, good, because I have to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and top up my water. All right, guys, we shall be right back. All right. Go ahead and lower my desk. I'm gonna go ahead and do this next part sitting down. Oh, hi.
Hello there.
You got back just in time. I just got back.
Oh, nice. We came back together.
We're pretty in sync with this thing.
I guess so.
I'm gonna just finish my handful of peanut butter filled pretzels.
Yeah, I'm kind of just snacking as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just really hungry today.
Mm. Damn, I wish I could have peanut butter. Well, you can. Go to the grocery
Jobu's
store.
allergic to peanuts, I believe.
Oh. Never mind what I said then. know what's
Never
funny?
mind. What's up?
Apparently people who are allergic to peanuts can still eat things cooked in peanut oil.
Really now?
That's what I've heard. And I had a friend who was allergic to peanuts who never had any kind of reaction when he ate things cooked in peanut oil.
I mean, to be fair, peanut oil is pretty expensive, so most places don't really use it. It's always it's a oil. It's really useful for cooking because it has a really high flash point, so it doesn't burn or doesn't catch fire that easily.
Mm-hmm.
It's the preferred oil for like deep frying a turkey.
Is peanut oil?
Peanut oil. Yep.
Excuse me. All right, let's do this. That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. But you'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Oh, it's him. Which of Magnifique Gramiere's disciples pulled the trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant Zach Gramiere go? The pits of hell? Thanks to our friend, Christophe.
Christophe murdered him.
I still don't know why, though. What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind?
She was
Dude.
left without a family.
Yeah, she actually just, dude ditched her. Whatever happened to her mom, I wonder, Mason? What the fuck is this? The past left us
Nothing like the last trial to pull something new.
The past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. And when all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. Phoenix. I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended half-finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There's something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. Oh, bloody Heisenberg. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Touch the arrow to switch between past and present. But let's begin 7 years ago, in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now you know the game. Let's play. The hell it... Okay, so... Alright then, I guess we'll go to the detention center first. The nightmare trial was over. And the new nightmare of figuring out what happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away. But I figured I'm the only one who could do this, probably. Besides, I had plenty of time. Thanks to the Bar Association... Or wait. Bars? Thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's discussion. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away.
Oh, so we get to see, you know how Phoenix has always been on a secret mission? I think we're playing through his secret mission. strange sight doth mine eyes behold.
Excuse me?
Two men on either side of a single transparent plane. And yet it seems fickle fate had switched sides, so to speak.
Wait, did Phoenix go to jail?
I don't think so. He just lost his badge. The forger of fakes walks freely,
Oh, okay.
while the innocent languishes behind these plexiglass confines.
There's been no proof that I forged anything.
Nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet, these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you?
A little piano in a cold little hole in the wall.
But since you're here, what shall we discuss?
The shooting of Magnifi Gramier, for one. Who pulled that trigger? Valent or his partner Zach? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start.
I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent.
Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear, and he never even touched it.
Glory's spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. Yet his very disappearance is itself a revelation.
Revealing what?
Zach Gramier killed Magnifi. It's as good as a signed confession.
That's certainly been public opinion's take on it.
I grow tired of my cage. And the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare.
Planning on jumping back into the magic right away?
As long as an audience awaits with bated breath, so will Valiant. And also,
Yes?
now that my partner has disappeared, Magnifi's repertoire is mine. Valiant Gramier has tradition to uphold.
Is that true?
Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or not. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity.
Blackmail. The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valent. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnifi's instructions as your partner.
Well, I was, but only Zach Gramier followed them. Let us not speak any more of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is mute.
I'm more interested in learning something else, actually.
Might that be?
I want to know what Magnifi had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him?
The trick up his sleeve? Perhaps you do not know.
Know what?
A great magician never reveals his secrets.
Oh, bloody hell. I hate these things, I really do. That was the best part of this game, was not dealing with these damned Cyclops.
I love the Cyclops, because they make the investigation portion just as fun as the court.
I didn't think it would be that easy.
The audience must remain forever in the audience. Bathing in the reflective glow of the spotlights.
My Magatama. One of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. It can show me the locks on people's hearts. And if I can unlock their hearts, They'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all. And the Magatama ends it. Okay, let me see something. What do we even have in the court record right now? Oh, it's all the same evidence. Okay. Do we have what we need, or do I need to go somewhere else?
I bet you have to go somewhere else. Let's take a look here. Let's see here. You could go to Wright & Co. Law Office. That's the place we need to go.
All right. 7 years ago, Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Oh, morning, Daddy!
Oh, I'm so glad you came!
You okay, Daddy? They're picking on you.
They're beating me. They're kicking my ass in the retweets. I am fine, as always. This old boy here is here to help me, after all.
That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks! My first show's today, after all.
2 weeks had passed since then. I called her into my office.
Oh,
She's guilty.
sad Trucy. Oh,
You know you did wrong. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about.
we get this image of Phoenix's office too. The throwback.
Yep. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future. I did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. I could look up some places you might like to stay at. This is so weird.
Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you.
Huh? Really?
So, if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family?
Huh? I guess so. Getting weirder.
Mr. Attorney?
Actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you'd like. Doesn't have to be today or anything.
Okay, say, Daddy!
That was quick. Yes?
If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So thanks, Daddy!
Oh my lord.
I
Phoenix's
haven't had a
walls
daughter for
are
5 minutes and
crying.
she's already bankrupting me!
His wallet's crying already.
Damn it, why have I not learned my lesson about women yet?
They either die or they take out all of his money. Phoenix has terrible luck with ladies.
I think the only girl in the entire series who hasn't cost Nick like $1,000 is Pearl.
No, I think Pearl is also... she gets looped in with Maya, too.
Oh, then again, she did order that extra special course at the end of the 3rd game, didn't she?
Yep.
Never mind!
Oh, and this office? It's a little blah. A little color goes a long way, you know?
Ah.
Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't worry, one little bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this.
Trucy, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy.
Ah, thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? Okay, baby Trucy.
So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right?
You could at least kind of look aside. You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me. For Daddy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that.
Actually, that's pretty accurate.
So here's my idea. We'll make a new office. The law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way.
Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law, if you were to ask some people.
Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead.
You mean, like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent?
You got me, don't ya? I'm a professional.
A professional?
Yep. After all, I'm a direct descendant of the famous Zach Gramier.
Directly descended. He's your father.
Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright, too.
I think an 8-year-old just messaged my ego. Or massaged my ego. Daddy. Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy? Zach Gramier?
Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy.
Which daddy was that again?
Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of Trope Gramier, and they're big.
Gramiers. They were on television a lot. Haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it.
But magic happens when you put Zach and Valiant Gramier together, you know? Once they made a giant waterfall right there on the stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall.
Let me guess, there was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top.
I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic.
I shouldn't have brought it up so soon.
I wonder what will happen to me with Daddy and Mommy both gone.
Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother.
But I have my magic, and a great daddy, even if he's unemployed. You know, I think things are going to be okay.
Wonder if she'll talk about her mother. Alright.
What really sucks
What?
is like she's 8, but it's like a perfect representation of how it feels when you lost your job. Is everyone seems to bring it up that you've lost your job.
Yeah, I can see that. So, Trucy, you're a professional?
Yes! It's like that thing they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs.
They say that?
I always thought it was funny, though.
What was?
Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid.
Right. So, in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy?
That's right. Well, want to see a trick?
You're going to do a magic trick? Sure, why not? Please show me. Actually, I'd like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all.
That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes. Ta-da!
Oh, god damn it!
Hey, folks, it's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen.
Ah! Whoa!
I get that reaction a lot.
That was startling.
The amazing Mr. Hat. Isn't he great?
You're a friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service.
He certainly makes an impression.
Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy.
My routine do get a bit heady at times. Get it? Heady?
My friendly neighborhood, Mr. Hat, nearly gave me a heart attack. That's in the court record now, okay.
Hooray! I love Mr. Hat.
Could you tell me a bit about your mommy, if it's okay?
Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage.
On stage? You mean with your daddy?
Yep. She was always there with Zach and Valen, smiling. But then she went away.
Went away?
It was a grand illusion, but she made a mistake. She vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back.
Hey, wait, didn't we see something in the intro of somebody getting shot?
Yeah, I think so.
I seem to recall that. I could have sworn we saw a woman get shot. Oh, they had a mistake happen on the tricks, and she died.
Either that, or they were all talking about Gramier's or Menfiki's like tricks, his legacy. She could have got murdered for it.
Maybe so.
I cried then. A lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here.
It's the same locket. This is your mother? She's beautiful.
Her name's...
Thalassa?
Thalassa Gramier?
Thalassa.
Her name's Thalassa. Thalassa Gramier.
Oh, the last Gramier.
Oh. Poor girl.
Play on words.
I didn't know her mom had gone missing. Now her daddy's vanished too, right before her eyes.
Hey, Daddy, you won't.
Don't worry. I won't vanish, I promise.
Right. You can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Daddy always had to have a backup plan.
I guess all I rate as is a backup plan.
Hooray for Phoenix!
Yay.
It's a backup plan.
I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask so much of you all at once like that.
It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow.
What? But are we representing anyone?
Me and you. That makes two, Daddy.
I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent.
Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at.
Well, when you put it that way.
You mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? This will not do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket.
Okay, I'll think of something.
That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy.
Welcome to the team, Daddy-O!
The team. Right. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy. She was my light.
Yeah, this is just basically the origin story of everything from past to now.
Mm-hmm.
So anything with a check mark, you should be seeing a check mark, is completed.
I see the check mark. Oh, whoops.
Next thing we go to is the defendant lobby.
Oh, hey, hold on. I just noticed something. Let me flip back, even though it takes like 100 years. I'm not impressed with your little transition game. This is a really stupid one. It looks like we can... Oh, never mind. It was just a highlight. Never mind. Never mind me. Okay, where am I going? Back to the detention center?
The defendant lobby, number 2.
Okay.
There is an old friend for us to see.
An old friend? Oh, boy! Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day.
Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, the trial is over.
Ah, Your Honor!
Yes, Mr. Zack?
There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty.
What are you talking about?
I am talking about this.
Mr. Enigmar!
Infinite escaped. Find him, quick!
Bailiff, close all the exits from the building! On the double, he must not be allowed to escape!
When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge. But now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate.
Hey, you there, sir!
Ah! Let's see if I remember how to do his voice. Down on the hands! Floor on the head! Now! What's the big deal? My ears! No unauthorized personnel allowed here, sir! But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. Oh, I must have read his line wrong. Zork! I just say it like it is, sir, and it's usually wrong.
Emma Sky is in this game, so of course Beacons has to return.
Thrown out of the precinct, lost all my friends, my girl, and even my wallet.
Oh no, Beacons!
I don't care.
His hand is better. He did heal.
Oh, we've met before, haven't we? On a case 2 years ago. No recollection of that, sir! Huh? For me, working on a case is always the present progressive tense, sir! There is no past tense! There is only now, sir! Okay, you're the bailiff, right? Oh, he was the bailiff this whole time?
He was the bailiff.
Damn! Yes, sir! Court Bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir!
I like to pretend he puts on that voice you give when he's on job.
Alright, time to do a case! Better put on my manliness voice!
Your Honor, sir, we are ready to begin!
Works every time! I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape. Let me try and make this absolutely clear as possible for you, sir! It was me! Sir! But you were a regular police officer once, right? Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir!
Oh, poor Meekins.
Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing? I'm dying over here! Oh! It's a hard knock life, sir! Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. Guess I wasn't the only victim. Alright. The last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this, but last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times. In 3 days, they fired me. That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one, a lowly bailiff. But your uniform. I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. That can't be legal. So you were the one who let the magicians get away that day? I'm dying over here! A star rises among the court bailiffs, full of hope, then tragedy strikes. there anything you can tell me about it? About Zach Gramier's disappearance? Oh, the humanity!
Surprisingly enough, he is the best bailiff in this game. The other one killed a man.
Huh?
With he killed. Remember the Kooky
Kooky?
with the bird?
What? Bird?
The man in the. It was in the first game. He killed Edgeworth's father.
He didn't kill Edgeworth's father.
Oh no, he didn't. He didn't. He was trapped in there.
Yeah, he was framed for the murder, even though he was innocent.
He was framed. That's right. That's right. Okay, never mind. But he's still the best bailiff.
He's the only bailiff besides this guy. Yeah, okay. I'll take that guy over Meekins.
It's the best bailiff.
That's enough of that. The magician's disappearance. Why, yes, I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in the court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slammed open. Slam! And some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face! So you saw someone suspicious coming your way? Yes! And I, being a bailiff of little standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk hat all the way down the hall, sir! I have a diagram of the building here. Huh. So that's how it's shaped. Aha! There's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself. Nary a friend to call my own. Okay, and which way did Zach Ramier run after bursting through the courtroom door? He went up like this and around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw that magician run into the defendant's lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remember it like it was right here because it was. Lobby number 2, sir. You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in here. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished, like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone. That's impossible. Yes, that word. Oh, how many times have I said that word? Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying over here. Okay, I won't say it again, I promise. You have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you see the lobby, or did you search the lobby? I searched. Why the pause? There was nothing here at all, sir! That's right, nothing here, sir! How can he talk so loud and still be hiding something? So Zach was in this room when he vanished? Absolutely, sir! I saw him with my own eyes! Eyes! That red silk hat, that flowing cape, he ran right in here, right inside this room! Silk hat, cape, that's Zach, all right. But sir, look at the room! There's not a single place to hide! Sir, there was nothing I could do, but nothing, sir! What about now? Have any ideas? Sir! Ideas about what exactly, sir, if you don't mind me asking? You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? At least like 2
of them.
Cyclops! Should have known. Do I have what I need?
We have the evidence to break these.
Let's do this. Huh. I wonder if that's how it did in the original DS games. The original 3. Well, technically the second 2. 'Cause it doesn't matter. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out. Hey-oh! What's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden? You know something, and I'm going to find out what. Zach Remier vanished from this room. How'd he do it? Oh, sir! Well, I can't say as I, sir! Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something? Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here and... Listen, it was impossible! What could such a little girl possibly do anyway? Huh?
What?
What did you just say? Sir, did I just say something, sir? No, you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was someone else in this room, wasn't there? Sir, I'm going to have to invoke my right to remain silent of not talking. It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was here in this room that day. Trucy helped him break out?
She's just helping her daddy.
Sir! I've never seen that little girl until just the other day. Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it. Sir! Sir, that day she was here in the room, sir. But he wasn't! You mean you chased her into this room, not him? Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing, but it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician. 7 feet.
That's good.
Zach isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard not to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach Gramier. But you saw something, and therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? Oh. What's that? That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She used it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar? So, it wasn't a walking dream, was it, sir? Come again? That night, on stage, I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat! He really exists!
Unlock successful.
Okay, then. I remember it clearly, though the details are a little vague. Zach Remier excited the courtroom. I ain't chasing cornered him in the corners room, sir. Zach Remier! Don't even think you can escape from Meekins! Down on your hands! Floor on your head! Hello? I think that actually said down on your head, floors on your hand.
Yes.
He's an idiot.
He is such an idiot.
Something the matter, mister?
No! That is, sir, I'm currently chasing down a suspect, sir! Zach Gramier! Do you know him?
Oh, I love Zach Gramier. He's the best magician. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan.
I see! That's why you're wearing that costume! Anyway, that very same Zach came into this room!
But no one's been in here except me.
But he has to be in here somewhere! Under the sofa! In the trash! Behind the paintings! Under the rug! So, Trucy was his accomplice. Imagine my astonished surprise when, 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him! Mr. Hat. I couldn't believe my own eyes! For a while, I thought it'd been a long dream. A dream that lasted a week? But it wasn't the magician who disappeared. It was Mr. Hat. Oh. Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door, and out came Zach. But that wasn't all. Another person got on in the act. She was standing at the front of lobby number 2. Along with Mr. Hat. And that's the beauty of it, isn't it? So, while you're standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner. And most likely runs through the closest door into lobby number 1. This is where you came in. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit. And in that very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then, all she has to do is to tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat. Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw that cape, Zach Ramier's red cape fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir! All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries wasted. It was as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die. or the scattered remains of a messy eaten chocolate parfait. Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you'd suffer on account of this case. It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many, many times. Sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me! Actually, about that girl, I'm sort of her guardian now. Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor! Okay. I let the defendant escape! That's the stone-cold truth! Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues! Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great detective Gumshoe! He called him Guamshoe.
He's my favorite too.
Mr. Meekins, this is a free ticket to the show at Wonder Bar. If you want. It's an honor, sir! Sir, I can't count the number of things I've taken from me, sir! But no one's ever given anything for me! Right, I'll see you in court next time then, sir! I look forward to it.
Completed.
All eyes were on Zach Ramier that day in court until his mysterious disappearance. Now part of the mystery's been revealed, but the magician remains out of sight. It'd be 7 years before I met him again. Thank God that's over. Oh, the game's doing this automatically.
Yep, we're going to the future now.
Oh, should we go now, or?
Yes, go to the Porsche Bowl Club.
I think this is the first time we've actually been there. What the hell? They froze the place.
Remember, it's supposed to
funny.
like it's supposed to recreate Russia. You're supposed to eat the borscht while in the cold.
Yeah, that makes sense. Russia sounds like a nice place to live.
Are you
Anyway.
sure about that?
Hell yeah. Hey!
I'll be taking my leave now.
I was about to say I deal with the cold much better than the heat.
Still have some work to do back at the office.
Is this right before the murder?
I think so.
Ooh. Then I guess I'll go back to my piano.
To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later, then.
Everyone in the chat just said in unison, you.
You.
2 hours left on my shift.
He got his grape juice, though.
Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Oh, this has got to be Slim.
Do you know who I am?
Who I am? No, but if you hum it, I can play it. Just
He's
kidding.
like, let me try then.
Just kidding. I don't do requests.
How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards.
Oh, a customer. I was hoping for someone who would come in and save me from a night at the Keys.
I seek a true competition. I've heard the Borscht Bowl Club is a place for this. Now I see the rumors is true.
And this is... What?
Oh no.
What the hell?
Why is Brussel here?
The plot thickens!
The Borscht thickens.
And this is... a friend of yours?
Ah, didn't see me. I'm just your friendly neighborhood newsman. Ah, he will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no other.
The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists. Now I'm number 2. I play piano. Well, sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I got started. I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. Didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come here to tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Is this the seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. But real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Then, let's compete. I'll take you to the room.
I know, yes. Before we go,
Yes?
allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shady Smith. Oh, and I'm Brussel, Spark Brussel, new reporter.
Why did Brussel not come up in the first trial?
He must not be related to the trial, or as far as we know. But he's related somehow, because remember, everything from that trial 7 years, like in present time, was set up by Wright.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know that.
Russell had something to do with this.
Oh,
Oh no, Phoenix Wright.
Huh?
You must always look a man in the eyes when you make your introductions. You still do not know who I am?
Have we met?
Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about this!
Mr. Enigmar!
The defendant escaped! Find him, quick!
Bailiff! Close all exits from the building! On the double! He must not be allowed to escape!
You can't be. But you're Zach Gramier?
Yes, the reincarnation act of the century. Pity I have only an audience of one. You.
Zach Gramier. This must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy's ruined my life.
You there. Da? We will play soon. Ready the room. Da, I will be preparing the hideout for you.
Okay, well, this begs the question. Why did Zach want to ruin Phoenix even further with that failed card trap? You remember that, right?
Yeah. I'm not too sure. I kind of forgot most of the first case.
Are you really him? The Zach Gramier?
Now I'm Shady Smith. Remember this.
How many years has it been now? 6?
In exactly 3 days from now, it will be 7. I caused you much inconvenience, I fear.
Yeah, you could say that.
Is she well? Trucy, I mean.
She's fine. I've got her working already. Hope you don't mind.
I hardly need express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I have come. That's and to settle a matter of cards.
By which you mean poker. Those eyes. He's serious.
I despise losing above all else. And so, I've decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes.
Note the locket. I know that's the same locket with Trucy's picture inside of it. Why did Phoenix take that from him?
I don't know.
Maybe he's
We're
just
about
like,
to find
hey,
out."
I fed her and clothed her for the past, 7 years? My daughter, fuck you, my locket. It does beg the question, though. I know this guy's type, and they're dangerous. Everything about the competition, all else is secondary.
Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me. And I, you.
We competed that day 7 years ago, too.
Ah, yes. You must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue.
2. 1.
1.
Showdown time. This was at the detention center.
I lost.
It's only a game of poker.
A game I played for a long time and only lost twice.
Who was the first?
The man I killed, of course.
You chose your defense attorneys by playing poker.
Some were hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know what you do.
Trucy's power.
Lucy, she's in a class of her own.
For 7 years, I've played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club. And I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. And she sends me signals.
Daddy, he's got a good hand. You might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon.
Can you tell me what her power is?
Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reaction is a staple to performance magic. But those of Trucy's line possess far greater skill.
Her line?
Recall, you were the second man to whom I've lost.
Magnifique Gramier.
That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it.
Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? It's just in the Gramier blood or something?
Blood.
What?
I am sorry, but it is not something told lightly to outsiders. And it is nothing you need to know at this time.
It's some kind of Gramier secret then. Fine. Do I have what I need?
We do not.
Okay, then about Trucy.
She's 15 this year?
She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know.
I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause.
Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go?
Yes, and for that, I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day. Because of this.
This?
A transfer of rights. You see the signature?
A transferal? That's Magnifique Gramier's signature, isn't it?
Is that the real Torn?
I hereby give all rights to the secret, the stage, performance magic, to the recipient named below. Zach Gramier.
The real torn piece of paper.
I just realized Phoenix was reading the paper, but I just read the paper.
Yeah, I was like, oh, okay, whatever. Yes, it is I.
Wait, this page looks torn.
You recall the diary, yes?
First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has been clearly ripped out. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page.
Wait, let me see that.
How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge.
This is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnifique gave it to me on that night.
You could have told me earlier. Like 7 years ago.
Once again, I must apologize.
You ruined him once, and now why did you come here to ruin him again?
It was all I could do to prepare for my escape from that courtroom. Greatest of Magnifique Gramier. The greatest of Magnifique Gramier's illusions are true arts. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage.
Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple.
As the rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir.
Rightful?
I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor.
Your daughter.
That is why I've risked all to come here tonight. They played for Trucy.
Oh!
That's why he came back. Russell. I thought I already said it. Sir, here you go.
Oh, it's that thing!
The envelope. Oh!
What's this?
I have to say, this game's story was kind of weird, but I'm loving how it's pulling everything together. A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. And that's why, Yellow Gramier wants to destroy it. He knows what that is.
But I'm not a lawyer anymore. And you need a public notoriety, besides.
I may not look it, but I'm a certified notary.
You are?
By day, I wear notary's glasses and hunt for the news. Also by day, I wear reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well. Your signature, please. This is the first reason I have come here tonight.
I finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said.
Precisely. Present Trucy's locket.
Huh? We still got 7 years.
Oh, there you go, yeah. I didn't know there was another one.
There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. Not to mention all their possessions.
Exactly. Which is why I'm here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document. Before my 7 years are up. That's why he knew how long. You might say, I am securing my daughter's inheritance.
But do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically?
Not in this case, I am afraid.
This case.
Yes. I received the performance rights for Magnifique Gramier. However, this was done in secret, without witnesses. Before Magnifique died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Gramier, and Valiant Gramier. Not Trucy.
I see. So you do need this document.
I have known Brussels since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. I mean, seriously? Like, seriously, just look at that man.
Yeah.
Now, only 3 known of my rebirth.
I took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background and found you had no other close kin.
It is as you said.
Okay. I was kind of hoping he'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else, but Trucy's mother is a mystery. Alright, so...
Now present the locket.
This person in the photo is Trucy's mother?
Ugh. How do you come by this?
Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone.
Then it is so.
Hmm?
She is gone. What more is there to say?
Lost? Lots?
I know!
Whoa! You're still here?
According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother, Magnifi Gramier, only daughter. End quote.
Magnifi Grimier's only daughter. Interesting.
Wait, only Trucy is Magnifi's daughter?
No, Trucy is his granddaughter. Is that what he said?
I read that as he was Magnifi's daughter.
No. I'm pretty sure it said that Trucy was his, like, Trucy's mom was his only daughter, which means Trucy is the granddaughter. What? Magnifi's daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zach?
What? Okay, I get it now. Okay, yeah, Trucy. Okay, it was the mother that was. Okay, yeah, Magnifi is grandfather. Yeah. Russell, you say too much. Ah! What? What am I? Why am I the bad guy? Why?
Zach decked him. Zach decked him.
In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over.
Thalassa Gramier. She's the most mysterious of the whole lot. I need to gather some more evidence, clearly.
Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition?
Final? Why?
As you said, I have come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground.
Without seeing your daughter?
It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago, we played. 7 years ago, I lost. I already lost to Magnifi. I do not care to lose to another. And I have heard that you never lose.
It's just a rumor.
Yes, for it is impossible to never lose, unless one has an ace up one's sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation. To think a mere lawyer might be out there pulling the wool over so many eyes.
Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lightening up.
That was that. This is this. For my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You are warned.
This guy is beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards.
Russell, you may leave. Ah, but it's your last game! I mean, what a scoop! I punch, and I punch, but still, it is not enough. I just a future engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Oh, and nice meeting you, Piano Man. Then let us begin. Dealer. Da. You will be a witness to our competition. Da, it is honor for me.
Why haven't I seen her around before?
Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however.
Oh, he's talking about Christophe.
Gavin, I believe was his name.
You know him?
After a fashion. Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from true competition. Remember this.
The Gramier power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. And I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I needed to meet that reporter again. That was clear. And one other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zach began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. A name Zach Gramier knew. But how? And why? Christoph Gavin.
Yep, time to move.
Solitary cell 13. What the fuck?
That's the nicest looking cell I think I've ever seen.
Why does this guy get so much special treatment?
Well, well. Isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines?
You're complaining? You got enough books there to last you the rest of your life. Gavin.
This your idea for revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago?
My past is like my logic. Straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction.
Fine. I'm glad we could have this little ta-ta-ta right. You look well, Phoenix Wright.
You too, Gavin. Well, this ought to be interesting.
Let's hear from him. Life has been full of surprises for the both of us. I've no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours.
And I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Shady Smith was the name of the man you killed. Did you know who he really was?
Who he was?
Zach Gramier. You know, the defendant.
I remember him, of course. But you say Smith was Zach? Impossible.
Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence.
What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think?
After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty. But your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy.
You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusions do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I'm an evil human being. Isn't that enough?
No. Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. Yes, please. 7-year-old case. You recall that case 7 years ago?
Ah, yes. The trial where Zach Gramier pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and admiration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it?
That was when I met you, wasn't it?
Was it now?
The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion. Yours.
It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position, after all.
For 7 years we've been friends. And yet I still don't understand you.
But right, your friendship towards me was never pure. You suspected me then, as you still do now, don't you?
Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what I think.
So he was the only one that voted against Phoenix losing his badge.
You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it.
Persistent, aren't you?
I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game, Zach Gramier mentioned your name, Gavin.
Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name.
After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. I seemed to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. Cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. I have to know. Why did you kill Shady Smith? No, Zach Gramier. Oh, this is gonna be a 5-set. Whoa!
New locks.
I've never seen cycle locks like these. Oh, he
These
really
are
wants to hide
special
this.
locks.
Dark, cold, full of despair.
Apparently, these are locks that are locked behind. The person with these locks are locking them unconsciously.
Huh? Can I even unlock these things?
Nothing wrong, right?
No, it's nothing.
You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know?
He's doing his nails.
Take a look at that nail polish. That looks interesting.
What the? Hey, wait a minute. It's the same thing that girl did. What was her name? Vera.
Vera, yep. You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish?
Don't knock it till you try it.
It makes me feel pretty, right?
Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you. By the way, which way do you swing, just out of curiosity?
What do you think, right? You know what I say.
Bailiff, I don't want to be in this jail cell anymore!
Don't drop the soap, right?
Bailiff!
That's just Meekin's just asleep. You know what I say. One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First rate in all things, except nothing less.
That certainly does look like first-rate nail polish. I like the sparkly bottle.
It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please have one. It's on me.
Hooray.
We got nail polish.
Well, now I don't have to look for a Christmas present for Trucy.
There's one more thing for us to look for.
I see a violin.
Look on his desk.
Oh.
It's strange, you know. Here I am in solitary, and yet the books keep piling up.
Looks like you've got more books up there.
Ah, yes. My collection. I have a few friends on the prison staff. They show me a little kindness.
Just a little? Oh, whoops. No, I need to desk. Nice roses. You taking care of this one here?
Yes, she's surprisingly delicate, you know. Requires careful tending, but she is my best friend, as they say.
Best? Come now. Come on. Now I'm starting to feel bad for you.
Oh? Of course. She's known to be a bite if you she's known to bite if handled roughly.
Your rose bites?
I was speaking of the photo next to the rose. My retriever, Vongel. Cute, but feisty.
Every dog has its thorn. Okay, well, can we see
Take a
this
look at
photo?
that yellow envelope.
Okay. That envelope's been bothering me since I came in here.
It's not nice to peek at other people's mail.
You get mail here in jail?
That I do, though they read it first, apparently. Still, I'm allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however.
Looks like sneaking a peek is out of the question. Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, we examined the nail polish and the yellow envelope. That's it. End the search and go to the past to Drew's studio. I'll be right back while you do so.
Okay. Drew's studio. "7 years ago, Drew's studio." Oh, Drew Masham. Looks like the place isn't even finished building yet. Oh, this might be Drew Masham. I'll have to wait until Zeke gets back.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back. I think this is Drew Masham.
Oh, okay. Oh, look at the studio. It's not complete.
How's your evening? My evening's fine, thank you.
Figured you'd come here sooner or later.
I've decided on sooner. Drew Masham, was it?
Hey, haven't done anything illegal.
And I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions.
I suppose you have that right. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit, it made quite an impression on me.
I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations.
Phoenix Wright, was it? I'll answer what I can.
I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely. Little Vera.
No. This is my daughter, Vera. Say hello.
I can take care of little Vera for you.
Not like she talks.
Oh, well, good point. She's gone.
Shall we begin then?
All right. Mr. Masham. Judging from this place, you're a painter?
Not, sadly, a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by were it only me.
Your daughter?
Her mother grew wary of me and left.
Wow, what a bitch.
I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. White, right? That is why I began my other occupation.
Forgeries.
Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half of my paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copies are used for?
But some of your works aren't paintings, correct?
You may not believe me when I tell you this. That was my first work outside painting.
What?
To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. I never even imagined the possibility.
Then why did you take the job?
I was well paid. Very well paid.
I think he feels worse about it than I do. The past is hard to escape.
Honestly, the sooner I could put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course.
Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. He's trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. I get what the game wants me to do. Is this the right one? Yep. Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy. But that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me.
I knew it would be difficult to escape this.
Then, let's talk. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did?
It was unlike anything I had attempted before.
I guess it would be a little different from paintings.
That is not what I mean. In all my previous works, it sufficed to create a copy.
This wasn't a copy?
The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as reference. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client.
So you used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote?
Yes. As I said, it was my first job of that nature.
So, who was your client?
As I said in court, I do not know.
Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester.
I never met him. Not personally,
Oh, he's hiding their identity. Ah, Cyclock. Of course. Seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work.
We have enough to break it.
Let's do it. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Masham?
I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I never met the client.
True. when I asked the client's name. There were no psych locks in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense.
Why are you doing this to me?
Well, you ruined me, so...
I'm ruining you.
Well, I've made my stand. No backing down now. So, what's Masham hiding? Well, yeah, he could be technically hiding the forger or the client.
He's hiding the forger.
Yeah. I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you've said.
What is it then?
You told me what you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any psych locks.
Psycho locks? Is that some kind of asylum security? Or a new hairstyle, perhaps?
But then they did show up, didn't they? Who was your client?
As I said in court, I do not know.
Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester.
I never met them. Not personally,
Not personally. Those words triggered the psych locks.
Again with the psycho locks. Now I really must know what they are.
So you didn't meet with the client, but someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence.
Perhaps I'm hung up with this lock business. But I'm afraid you lost me.
Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk to you about psych locks. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there.
And your conclusion is?
The real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Masham.
Oh, poppycock! I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could have been but me?
That's the real question, isn't it? If the forger wasn't you, then I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger at Drew's studio is... The real forger is your daughter, Vera Masham, isn't it?
Ridiculous! My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been I've always been more one for landscapes, not surrealism.
Nice comeback, but you're shaking in your boots. I've got you now. The only two people with access to this studio are you and your daughter. The psych locks tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility.
I fear very much on the verge of going psycho locks myself. I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Vera, not I. She's only 12, a genius, you might call her.
A precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around. There's been a lot of that going around recently.
I let her play in the studio, and she watches me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and analytical devices I brought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now.
Ah, do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So, Vera was the one who made this page? Would she know who the client was then?
Actually, the client came once. Here, to the studio.
What? Why didn't you say so sooner?
But their face was covered, and they did not want to talk to me.
So, they talked to your daughter?
I will speak only with the artist, the client told me.
That little girl might know something about him.
Alright, so...
Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her. Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more? Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Talk to Vera. Mr. Masham, I have a request.
Let me guess. You like to speak with my daughter.
Can I?
My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy. Extremely so, actually. With only one exception.
Which was?
Oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished, and she was laughing. It was the first time I've seen anything of the sort.
Please, let me speak with her.
All right.
Uh-oh. This could be tough. Let's see what I can do. Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer, and pianist. I'm still looking for the key that says, do re mi. Can't find him anywhere. I'm no good at this. I need something to get through to this girl.
Okay, so we have to investigate the room.
All right.
Remember something in this studio?
Perhaps an envelope, but well, that looks more like a book.
Going home by any chance?
No, I was just checking out the door.
Oh.
Good thing I'm far too stubborn to take hints like that. Okay.
And the little desk, remember that small little picture frame?
Yeah? There's no picture frame.
Pan to the right.
Huh? Oh. Huh. Maybe I'll just slide on over here for a closer look.
And also, look at that nail polish.
Yes. Wait a minute. Oh, that's how we know it was Gavin. That's an awfully small frame. What's inside of that? A stamp?
Please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble.
Huh?
That stamp belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it.
I'm just noticing, actually, Trucy's mom, we haven't seen her in color before.
Yeah, she's blue. Like
Yeah,
Trucy.
That's Zach and Valent, the Grammieres, isn't it?
The post office issued that commemorative stamp last year. When the Grammieres were at the height of their popularity.
Not anymore. Now one of them has vanished off the face of the earth. Actually, two of them.
Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She's watched them every time they come on TV. Until the end.
I see.
That stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. I still wonder how she got her hands on it.
Interesting.
Alright, now we can move on.
I want to check the fingernail polish, though. That's a pretty bottle.
Oh, don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble.
Huh?
It belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere where she can see. She looks at it very often.
There's a light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing. Do I not need to examine the envelope?
Nope.
Oh, okay then. So where am I going?
Talk to Vera again.
Very well.
Actually, no, you have to present the stamp. I'm sorry.
I was about to ask.
That's how you get to her.
And then there's this.
My stamp.
Hey! She spoke! She can talk! Yeah, so this stamp. How can I keep her talking? Can I have it? Love the frame. Great magicians aren't. Well, obviously that one. Isn't Troupe Gramier amazing? Hmm? Yes?
Oh,
I especially like those two, Zach and Valent. I mean, they're just so magical. You can see behind them there's Japanese writing.
Yeah.
aren't they? Aren't they?
Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic! You know?
Me too, me too. I love them. They're so cool. It's like magic, yeah.
All right, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start.
I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Gramier Museum of Magic.
The Gramier Museum? They have one of those? I guess it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows?
Just once, when I was little, with Father. The Gramiers on stage. It was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together. They do it all.
Yeah. Maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this. You know, about Zach and Valent, maybe?
Oh, sure.
All right, better get asking before she changes her mind. All right, Vera.
I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here.
Why don't you like the outside?
There's bad people out there.
Well, true, but there's lots of good people too.
Actually, I should tell you. She was almost kidnapped once.
Ah, that explains things.
I see the issue.
Kidnapped?
Since then, she's been... Well, you could see for her yourself. She refuses to leave the house.
I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She said she went to the Gramier Museum. With you, in fact.
Yes, actually, she was quite insistent on it. Much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me.
That person gave me a good luck charm
A good luck charm?
for when I absolutely had to go outside.
Yes, apparently she received something. A gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was.
Father, I told you to keep that a secret.
From that client, huh? This I have to hear about. Well, that's gonna be psych-locked. So, your father tells me you're good at paintings and all sorts of things.
I really like painting a lot. Father's always very happy when I paint them exactly the same.
So, you did this too?
Oh, yes. That was my first job.
Your first?
All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slipped, and the way the writer held the pen, and the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope to analyze it on the computer.
She seems happy. Odd. Her work was the last nail in Gramiere's coffin. I guess no one told her. Well, don't completely destroy her.
That would have destroyed her.
They're the best in the world.
Huh? Oh, you mean Troop Gramiere. Of course.
Father gave it to me,
Your father.
but I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got...
But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it.
Oh, I guess I just took it. Yeah.
Took it?
Father got a letter from that person.
That person? You mean that letter was from the client?
Oh, we talked about the Gramieres forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it.
They're a sneaky one, this client. This client tried to have that guy murdered.
And he knew by sending a Gramiere stamp, it would stay in that household.
But did he, though? So they were
Yeah, because it
trying
was laced with poison.
I don't know. Something tells me that he was expecting them to use the stamp. So they were trying to get on her good side. I mean, if she used the stamp, like, the dude would have murdered a 12-year-old.
Yeah. That's messed up, dude.
So you met the person that asked you to do this job? And you talked with them?
Oh, she's climbing up again.
What's this about a good luck charm you received?
I can't talk about it.
Huh?
If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told.
Yeah, but I really, really have to know. Right. Time to do some psych unlocking.
We
All
have
right.
enough.
You seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you this stamp?
No, that's not why. They listened to me, to my problem.
The problem that keeps her inside all the time.
Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go outside, all I had to do was use a good luck charm.
A good luck charm that your client gave you. I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? Well, these are the only two things we got in the apartment, so...
What are you thinking?
Could it actually be the stamp?
It's not.
Oh, wait! Oh, I get it. She would just paint her nails, and that would be her good luck charm.
Yep.
This was what they gave you, wasn't it? The same bottle's over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right?
I heard once cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. It has the power.
Ah, of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting any more on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job. Was this the client? Christoph Gavin. This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually.
I promise. I promise not to tell.
It's okay. We found it out ourselves, so you don't have to tell.
Could Gavin have actually given this little girl a poison stamp?
Yes.
That's sick. Yikes. I think this just makes Gavin the most vicious Ace Attorney villain we've had so far. Now, the rest of them have all done pretty messed up stuff, but none of them have gone as far to try and murder a little girl.
It's like it's like I killed a woman and accused a like ex-boyfriend. And I killed someone because they were about to give up my scheme. Gavin's like, I almost killed a little girl. They're like, dude, what the fuck?
I'm sorry. I can't talk about the client. I promised. And if I break my promise, the spell won't work.
I don't need a name anymore. I've got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, then.
I think they might be the devil.
What? Huh?
You heard about like the stories of the devil, right?
I mean, I know who the devil is, but
Well, yeah, it's just basically someone that will like whisper sweet honey words to your ear while promising you gifts, even giving you the gifts.
right. Yeah, that is the devil.
Or maybe an angel.
Are we talking biblically accurate angels?
Those things are terrifying, dude. And fascinating at the same time. It's
They
one of those like
are.
I can't keep my mind. I can't.
I was just
stop
about to
looking
say,
at them.
like, they are terrifying but fascinating. I guess it makes sense that they're supposed to be like, you know, kind of what's the word?
Larger than life.
Well, something along those lines. I'm trying to think. There is a perfect word that describes angels, but what is it? It's like, perhaps, divine?
Yeah.
Yes. Biblically accurate angels are very... They're actually a really... Divine is a really good word for them, actually.
You know what the scariest thing is?
Divine in a do not mess around with that type of stuff way. What's up?
The scary thing is with you know how the devil's basically an angel as well.
Well, he was he was a fallen angel, yeah.
Yeah, and there's plenty of other angels that fall in too, and those are demons.
Mm-hmm.
If those are the biblically accurate angels, can you imagine what the biblically accurate demons look like?
I'm perfectly fine.
Good luck
not
sleeping
think-
tonight.
I'm perfectly fine not thinking about that, to be honest. What do you mean?
I saw it, or I think I saw it, when they gave this to me. I saw the devil's face.
Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's?
No, the client was gentle, with a gentle smile.
So where'd you see this devil then?
It was so quick, I don't remember well. But that's when I knew the person wasn't like other people. That's why I believed in my good luck charm.
I'm not sure what this devil she saw was. It was pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charmed. Well, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now.
I am sorry for what happened.
If you want to apologize, try my client, Zach Ramier.
Did I do something bad?
What makes you think that?
Your eyes. They're sad. Very sad.
I'll put my smile next time I come. Promise. I hope to see you smile too then, Vera.
Oh, okay.
Take care. Not even Dahlia stooped this low. Yeah, that's, I mean,
in Dahlia's defense, though, I feel as if a child was in her way, she would poison that child.
well, you gotta also think, she had a plan with her mother to use her little sister to murder Maya, another piece of her own family. So, yeah, I think if Dahlia was in the position where it would benefit her to murder a child, she'd probably do it.
I think the big difference is what I'm seeing. It's still too early to really tell. The only difference is Kristoff's plan kind of worked, while Dahlia's plan has always failed.
That's true. We don't really know what his plan was though.
We have no clue.
He doesn't seem too shaken up about the fact that he he essentially lost 7 years later. Think you back on my first encounter with the young forger. I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. So Kristoff wanted to destroy Phoenix Wright. We know that much. Still doesn't explain why he would want to murder that girl. Or
Time to go
Shady.
to the detention center in the past.
Okay. Okay. So we need to go this way.
There's some psych locks we need to break.
Finally. Oh, the Magatama's not in the court record anymore.
Oh, we have to talk to him first.
Or just click the Magatama when you go to the talk option.
Oh, there you go. That's actually really, that's convenient.
I wonder
like
if that's
that
how
change.
it worked in the original DS port. You'd just like go there, with the Magatama. Or you'd click on talk and then select Magatama. Maybe the Magatama
Maybe.
wasn't in the court record of the DS versions. I don't know.
Maybe.
Doesn't matter. I can find out one day. I actually own all 3 of the DS versions now.
I just purchased Ace Attorney 5 and 6. They're $5 on DS store right now. 3DS store.
You gotta be kidding me. $5? I
Yep.
think I bought one of them for full price.
Dang.
Ugh, whatever.
I bought them because they were $5. I'm still banking on the fact a HD remake will come.
I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world, that's asking someone to commit murder.
Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales.
Okay, so they did have the Magatama in the court record of the DS version, RetroDude confirms.
Oh, okay, that's pretty cool.
And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess it was a matter of life or death.
Care to explain?
Your trope lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier, the better. And the flashier so often means danger, doesn't it?
Let's make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it.
That's a real pistol, did you forget, retard?
Why? That's one of ours.
Specifically designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet, one shot.
What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wrights, not murderers.
I'm not crying murder, Mr. Valent. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Zach
Zach and Valence, quick draw, shoot 'em. How long has it been since these shots have last heard?
Was the shoot 'em canceled because someone might get hurt?
Of course! What other reason could there be?
Well, could have been canceled because someone had already been hurt. Oh, I know what this is going to.
Fascinating. My Fraulein forged friend.
I think it's my Faustain forging friend.
Oh, my Faustain forging friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol?
Well, tell me what would happen if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage?
Performance of magic is not concerned with what ifs. It is concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim we shot?
Looks like I've chosen the right path. Let's just hope he walks with me. A life was sacrificed so the show might go on. And this is who it was. Huh? Oh, I don't have the, I don't have profiles, so...
Yes, but there is another person. There's no, I mean, not another person. There's another piece of evidence that proves it. It was her.
Proves that it was her? Oh,
Yes.
oh. May I open this game? That's a no. Oh, it contains a... Okay, so we needed the description for that one.
But that's...
Zach Gramier's wife and Trucy's mother. Thalassa, I believe her name was.
Ah, Alakazug! But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets?
Still in denial mode, eh? Thalassa was at the greatest risk of being shot, and this clearly shows just how much danger she was in. The fact that she was between them, I guess? The stamp's the only thing I can think of, honestly. The rest of this has nothing to do with the thing. Or wait.
It's the stamp.
I thought so. Trope Gramier's performances were very, very popular. So popular they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame.
We were not merely the latest craze. We were an age, a golden age.
It's all here on this stamp. There's Thalassa. Yes?
Urgh.
Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her?
I don't know.
Part of his memory is still locked up.
There is one thing you're failing to address.
What's that?
As you say, our troop was a world unto itself. If our leader, Magnifi, was so inclined, he would hide anything he wished with ease. But Mr. Wright, then he would have hid a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail.
Valen's got a point. If one of the troop members died in an accident and Magnifi covered it up, his innocence would come into question.
On the right address, Mr. Wright?
I'm so close. There has to be something about how Thalassa's death could affect Zach and Valen's relationship with Magnifi.
I see in your eyes. You still have something to say. How can you possibly prove more than you already have?
I'll prove why Thalassa's accidents tied your hands so completely with evidence. No better proof than evidence. The accidental death of Zach's wife tied both your hands. And this is the evidence that proves why Magnifi had so much power over you.
It was not evidence.
Oh, really?
Were you, by any chance, trying to threaten me?
No, of course not.
You'll never make a good blackmail artist! Never!
Not a career choice I'd been considering, actually.
Give up your dreams. Work an honest job. That's my advice.
I better stop dreaming and get to work here fast. Magnifi used Thalas's death as a means to control his disciples. How is that possible if he could be implicated in the cover-up? Do I really have the evidence to prove this? So I guess we present Trucy.
You
Okay.
present a person, and that person is...
Trucy. It's going to take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. The accidental death of Zach's wife tied both your hands. And this information proves why Magnifi held so much power over you.
It's not... it's... Do you have a Thalasis profile?
Yeah?
You do? Present it.
Oh. I guess the fact that it was his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
She was 33. Trucy was 8. It wasn't a question of who shot Thalassa. Thalassa herself was the problem.
What do you mean?
She was Zach Gramier's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnifi Gramier's only daughter. There was a terrible accident. And the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Magnifi's power over you, I don't know what was.
It was an accident.
Damn.
It was one of the bunnies. I just know it.
They're cute, but they have red eyes.
The red eyes, white bunny. There's no proof, not at all.
But Thalassa went missing. And your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. It doesn't take a genius to put one and one together.
Ours was a complex family.
You mean Trope Gramier?
The master, Magnifi Gramier, his only daughter, and his 2 disciples.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it?
Do not be tempted into faulty flight of fantasy. Yes, there was an accident. But that is all it was, an accident. Zack and Valiant's tour de force. The guns blazing, bullets flying, straight towards that beautiful body on stage. And then crash, sing, pow into everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day when we were practicing. Same trick, with a new twist. And tragedy.
Oh!
But as for whose bullet stole Thalass's life, we shall never know the answer.
Dang.
It's high noon. Thalassus disappeared from our lives, and Zack was bereft of his wife. Trucy lost her mother, and Magnifi, his daughter.
Jeez. And that led to blackmail, I take it.
It is all part and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtains fall.
It really genuinely could have been either one of them that committed this murder.
Mm-hmm. And they never know, and they had to live with that.
I can't even imagine what it must be like to live your life thinking you might have accidentally murdered someone. Why did Magnifi Gramier try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died.
All I can say is, it was a critical time for Troop Gramier. A passing of the torch from Magnifi to Zack and Valiant. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Thalass's death was the greatest sacrifice of all. Yet, even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not.
What do you mean? Did you hire spirit channeling people?
It's Maya. It's just Maya out there. Look at me, Nick! In time, we, myself and Zack, found we could no longer oppose Magnifi's wishes. Magnifi forced us to perform his art for his benefit.
I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter.
But you do not find cowardice in his actions?
Huh? Man, I miss Maya. Me too, man. Me too.
Yeah, Maya's the best. To decide to hide the truth from your own daughter's death is one thing. But then to hang that death as a guillotine over our heads?
Things were dark behind the scenes in Troop Gramier, that's for sure. Yeah, that's the same thing for any entertainment, anything ever. Anything to do with the entertainment industry, it's got darkness in the shadows. Or, well, no, it's got some ugliness in the shadows is what I meant.
Yeah, don't take a peek at the Zeke and Siejax play Ace Attorney series. There's some darkness there.
Anyway, hang on, hello, Ivan? Yeah, I've got another target. No, this time is Zeke. Yeah, he slipped up on the show. Fuck, my mic's turned on. Anyway,
Ivan can't take me down. I'm playing Danganronpa. If anything, he's on my side.
does Trucy know?
He was not told. Naturally. Who would want to know that their father might have been taking their mother's life?
True.
I had not thought of that accident for a very long time.
I'm sorry to dredge up old memories, but this has helped a lot.
Not to find Magnifi's slayer, I should think.
True.
Ah.
Hmm?
After that accident, there was one who came sniffling, quite persistently.
Oh.
Came sniffing.
Yeah, we all know who that is. Brushel. A reporter?
He called himself a newsman at the time. I often spied him lurking about the dressing room doing his research.
Would you happen to remember his name?
What was his name? Sorry, I have forgotten. But in the course of this interview, he became quite close to my partner, Zack. I liked him not.
I see.
His name, I do not recall, but his scent. The cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which is far too often.
I see. Thank you for your help.
It does no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not uncover answers, only wounds.
I'm sorry. I had begun to notice a dark curtain hanging over Trope Gramier. I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned. The newsman, I never learned who that was at the time. Though I've got a pretty good idea of who it is now. That smile and that sickly sweet smell of mint. The last floss-thin thread connecting Zach Ramiere to this world. Sooner or later, I'd have to track him down.
We are now done with the past. Now go present day Drew Studios.
Ah, the Sunshine Coliseum is also an option. Present day Drew Studio. Oh, god damn it.
Well, what do we have here?
Remember me?
Of course I remember you! Journalist meets ex-attorney in bar. End quote.
Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Masham was poisoned, and his daughters.
Oh, yes, I know! Oh, how I know! Yes! It caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalist wishes he had tracked down Case just a little quicker. End quote.
Were you on the trail of this case the whole time?
Zach Ramiere was a good friend.
Zach said something to that effect back at the Borscht Bowl Club.
What a character, that man! What a man! If a little, no, lots, no, extremely rough around the edges.
Do you think I could ask you a few questions?
Oh, you're serious? I mean, I'm using the interviewer, not the interviewee. Journalists ask questions, not other way around. End quote.
I wish Gavin had clunked you over the head.
Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately. Like, can you please sign this restraining order? Journalist asked to sign restraining order. He refuses. End quote. And oh my god, the cops are after me. End quote.
Family of forgers. It was magic. It was tragic what happened to Drew Masham and his daughter.
Forgery is a serious crime, and they paid the price. You know what really did them in, though, don't you?
Yes, a forged diary page.
The night I interviewed him, I found out something about Mr. Masham I hadn't known.
What's that?
You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day, for 7 years. Walls have ears, potatoes have eyes. End quote.
Being watched. You mean he felt guilty?
No, I'm talking about feelings here. You know.
Sorry. I thought that was gonna be Phoenix.
No, it's okay. It happens. You know, I felt watched too.
I'm trying to sniff them out.
Stop sniffing. Mr. Phoenix Wright, do you smell it? You smell it? I smell a little bitch. Do you smell it?
Yeah, I'm looking at one.
End quote. The whole time I've been on this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation on back and neck. Freaks out. End quote.
Because you felt guilty?
Why would I feel guilty?
You felt like you were being watched, huh? I wonder what it all means. Oh, it changed. Paranoia. Drew Masham felt like he was being watched, and you along with him. You sure it wasn't just nerves?
Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. Sure, sure, he is being watched. End quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Gramier got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me? He completely vanished from that courtroom. Then, for 7 years, he talks to no one, not a soul. Then, just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made.
And then he dies.
Starting to put the pieces together, are we?
And you were being watched this whole time?
Maybe not just me. Maybe you were too.
Me?
Who's watching everyone? I met Zach through that case, actually.
You mean the shooting of Magnifique Gramier?
No, before that. It's not widely known.
You mean the accident during the quick draw shoot 'em practice?
My, you're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I dug up quite the scoop. I wanted it all. Money, fame, and a puppy. All for me.
I would be very shocked if you found a woman or a puppy that'd be okay being near you.
Actually, I have a restraining order.
You know, puppies journalist learns that puppies can file restraining orders. End quote.
He seems to be the guy that would have a restraining order placed on him by a dog. I was younger then, and my days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now.
Valiant Gramier mentioned one particular nosy reporter.
In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnifique Gramier at the time. I knew his daughter too, of course. Theresa, wasn't it?
Really?
Then Thalassa disappeared, quite suddenly at that. And Magnifique wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habits got the better of me. Journalists catch the scent of scoop, goes on feeding frenzy. End quote. I set up a one-on-one interview with Theresa's husband, see?
Zach Gramier.
Something strange was in the air over at Trope Gramier in those days. The whole screwy monitor controlling disciple seemed started by then, I'm guessing.
Mentor controlled disciples.
Thalassa, she was part of it all, right? Come on, you can tell me off the record.
There's no such thing as off record for a journalist. Sorry, I don't know.
Anyway, I kept trying and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice, or 5 times. But over time, he came to see me as his confidant. He's been waiting this whole time. 7 years, eh?
Waiting? What's Valen been waiting for?
For his big comeback, of course.
That makes sense.
His big revival of the Magnifique Miracle. Of course, it was all a dream.
Because of this. The performance rights.
In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who to say the old man didn't give his rights to both Zack and Valiant?
So Valiant waited until Zack died, legally at least?
The time finally came, and Valiant like a kid on Christmas morning.
He's getting ready for his show at the Sunshine Coliseum, you know?
That document sees the legal light of day. It's gonna put a bit of a damper on the big show. He's a sorry one, that Valiant Gramier. Lost out at his partner at work and in love too.
Love?
It's the same old story, really. Two disciples and their mentor's only daughter.
Ah.
A love triangle. What has three sides and all of them pointy? A love triangle.
That is pretty classic.
When you're in a performing troupe, that's your world. It's like family. One with an entire high school worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing.
And in the middle of all this, the Lhasa has Trucy. And she dies, and then she dies. Need to find out more about this Thalassa.
Presents Trucy's lockets.
Mr. Brushel, do you know this person?
Do I know that person? Of course. I was friends with Zack after all. He hit me a few times. 5 times, actually. But still, I never forget his wife. That's why I was getting punched. Nice piece of ass, that one.
I got one right in the eyeball for that comment. End quote.
End quote.
Thalassa Gramier. Magnifique Gramier's only daughter. Do you think you could tell me more about her?
Why the heck not? Alright, now we talk about Thalassa. Oh, Thalassa married Zack and had Trucy, see? It was her second marriage, actually.
You mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard of this one before.
Not quite. Her late husband was a performer, too. He died in an accident on stage, so she's a widow. Tragic, really. They had only been married 1 year.
I didn't know.
Ah, but she was a beauty. I still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know?
Wait, so how old was Trucy when her mother died?
I don't know.
Trucy must have still been
kind
a baby. If I'm understanding this correctly.
It's just a little thing.
Damn. That is one
Hey,
beautiful woman.
Gramier. I've known Trucy since she was a little thing, too. She got the better deal, really. She's got you for family, after all. Aww.
What do you mean?
Just reminiscing, you know. Thalassa has another child besides Trucy. In quotes.
Oh, okay. So Trucy has
What?
a half sibling.
What?
Huh. Interesting. Okay. What? Well, then what happened to that child? But Trucy said she was an only child.
With a previous husband. Ah, yes. This one she had with her previous husband.
Huh. Her previous husband. Her first husband who died on stage?
Yep. They had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now.
Thalassa had another child.
And somehow it's related to Dahlia. Can you just imagine?
Oh.
She just comes back somehow. She comes back like Sidious in episode 9 of Star Wars.
Oh, Feeny!
And Phoenix just, ah!
No, not again.
Phoenix is just like, somehow Dahlia's back alive.
Like William Afton, she always comes back. Do you think I could borrow that photo?
Sure, I could be a generous on occasion, you know? Brussels actually been helpful for us.
Yeah. I won't need this locket anymore. Better return it to Trucy before I forget.
People and events all get tangled together and get bigger and bigger. Don't you think?
I was too busy wondering about bigger to listen to what you were saying.
Sometimes you gotta accept that you won't be able to untangle it all. Hey,
Maybe so, but still. I have to do what I can. And I have to tell what I find to those who come next.
next you say?
I'm not the one who will close the curtain on this little play. Apparently that's not my role anymore.
Magnifi.
Hmm?
I was just wondering what Magnifi would think of all this.
What do you mean?
Have you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power.
You mean how I can't lie to Trucy? But you can. You did it in the second chapter. Remember that? He fucking put the label of, like, spring water on some grape juice in the hospital.
Right. It was the same with Magnifi.
Well, then again, I think he kind of looped his way around it. He told her to pick up the bottle and look at it. He didn't directly lie to her.
Yeah, that's true.
Interesting.
Remember, he is a lawyer, so Phoenix Wright knows how to get around people.
Mm-hmm.
The you know that second case, his first L, that taught him with crap. What was his name? On
White?
guard.
Wait, what?
No, on guard. In chapter 2, on guard.
Matt on guard. Oh, you mean the second game's last trial?
Yep, that's what I meant.
Right.
He learned how to
Get around the
specifically
truth.
twist his words, how to not lie.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And with his daughter, Thalassa.
It's a strange thing. You think it's some Gramier gene?
Magnifi told me once, back when Zach married Thalassa. He said Zach had good eyes. But not good like Gramier's eyes. Not that good.
I wonder if Zach ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Gramier secret was?
Maybe nobody. Now that Zach's gone.
Zach Gramier. The plot has finally begun to reveal itself. It sprouted from a wrap in the Gramier fabric and grew, swallowing everything, wrapping itself around the Gramier's power. A power which passed from Magnifi Gramier to Thalassa to the next generation. And one I would need again, and one I would once again need to meet. The one who bridged it all together.
So that was just after the trial.
Okay.
Time to go to the Borscht Club. I'm gonna break some locks.
All right, then. All right, son of a bitch. Time to talk. Oh, only 3. That's not bad. As bad, at least. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. The first time I saw her do it, it blew my mind.
And after you done having your mind blown, you took her to play some cards with you.
Gotta use the resources at hand, I always say.
Yet, I myself have no such power.
But Trucy does. Why's that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother? Thalassa Gramier?
I will not speak of that.
Thalassa is officially missing, correct? And I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. Okay, so we need some kind of,
Present the...
I
Why wouldn't he want to talk about her?
I can only think of the stage pistol, because it's the only piece of evidence we have that's connected to her death. Or
Let's
it could
do
be...
it.
Okay.
This one actually has 2 solutions. It's
Oh,
also
the other must have been the
too.
stamp.
Yep,
Aha.
because they were all a team.
Right. The 3 of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet there's another story behind the fame. One that not many know.
Murder.
Thalassa lost her life during a rehearsal. To you and Valiant Gramier's bullets.
It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa?
I'm sure Valiant wouldn't say this. I'm sure Valiant would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murder I might mention.
Damn you. Her eyes. I love Thalassa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. Yet there was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She is dead, and Magnifique Gramier has joined her.
So the only one with her power left now is Trucy.
There's
Mr.
one more.
Mr. Zach.
I do not know.
I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. So there's someone else. Someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalassa's power.
How would I know?
My chances are slim. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There is someone else with the power, and I know who.
Who has power?
What? Oh my god. I just thought of Apollo's bracelet!
Yes, he
Oh
can see
my
things.
god! He's Trucy's half-brother!
Yes.
What? Dude! What? It even matches! Look! Apollo's 22! Trucy is 15! That's a 7-year age difference!
Yes. Once they mentioned half brother, once it mentioned like another sibling, I'm like, that has to be Apollo, right?
I was pondering that the
I was
whole
just-
time. I'm like, who the hell could that possibly have been?
I was just joking around about Dahlia though, because that would have been hilarious. This, and that's why Phoenix accepted him.
Oh! He
That's
knew!
why he used him.
Oh, damn!
That's why Phoenix called for Apollo.
Because he knew he could find Kevin out!
Yes.
Mind is officially blown!
Phoenix Phoenix was behind the scenes just calculating this. He got laid into a trap, and he's setting a trap of his own.
Wow.
This boy.
His name is... I forget. Something weird. Oh, yeah, this was before,
Before the events of the game. Like, right before episode.
So then how did Phoenix know
4-1.
at this time?
Because he just figured it out. I don't exactly know how the timeline would work.
Don't let this be a plot hole.
Only other thing is maybe he's seen him? I'm not too sure.
Well, Apollo was Gavin's understudy, so maybe Gavin talked about him a lot.
Maybe. That could be the connection. That could be the connection.
Okay. I don't know. Let's see.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
An attorney.
Attorney? Yeah, that's the connection. That has to be.
I noticed him when
There it is. There's a connection.
I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law office.
So, what are we to make of this? Oh, great ex-attorney. You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like. Framing, Zach. Framing. But you could at least say something like, I'm this boy. I could use a laugh.
Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. His bracelet.
Ring?
Wait! Ah! That's Apollo's bracelet! She's wearing it!
Present her profile.
I knew it!
Her portrait. Her portrait.
Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link.
Holy crap, dude. This is... Like, it's
Damn.
sad that the game took this long to get all, like, mind-blowy with it.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Thalassa was her second.
You know this.
Her first husband. He died a year after they were wed, yes?
He was a performer. They met when he joined the Gamaiers as a guest in our show. After Thrasus wedded him, she left the troupe for a while.
She had 2 bracelets. What happened to the other one? She obviously left one of them with her first son.
Maybe she just kept it for herself.
Maybe.
And you say she had a child then?
I have a photograph of her here.
But how? Yeah, I'm wondering how he's getting these photographs. Like, is this like
didn't Russell give him this?
like the Magakama
No,
tomfoolery?
Brushel gave him this one in the past.
Did he?
Yeah. That's where we just got this from. Masham's
No,
studio...
that was the future. 7 years in the future, right after the case.
Oh.
Like right before the case or something like that.
I don't know then. I couldn't help notice what she was wearing when I first saw this. Those bracelets stand out.
They are a Grammy-ear family heirloom.
This boy wears a bracelet just like the ones in this picture.
What? So, that's why.
Why what, Mr. Zach?
I took this photograph of Theresa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet.
I bet I know where that other one went.
She gave it to this boy, her son. Strange power I myself do not know where it comes from. Yet, the fact is that it is passed down the Gramier line. It runs in their veins.
What is it?
I asked her, Thalassa, once. This is what she told me. Her power responds to tension in others.
Tension.
If she were to face a person and they become tense, even slightly, then she would know, no matter how hard they tried to hide it from others. That's why Trucy was able to cheat for Phoenix and why Apollo can use this little thing in court.
And that also explains why we never used the bracelet on Detective Darien. He remained calm and collected the whole time. So she could see it?
Not quite. This is the strangest part of them all. She wouldn't realize she was subconsciously detecting this tension without the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects.
Objects. Wait. Were they something she wore?
Yes, her bracelets.
I admit, the first time I saw one of those, I felt there was more to it than just fashion. What kind of power could a bracelet have?
I have made a decision. I will tell you all I know. Consider it a gift.
Trucy and Apollo. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point, but those two.
Brother and sister, yes.
Zeke, we didn't make any jokes about Apollo and Trucy hooking up in this series, did we?
I think we did it briefly, but then we realized that A was Phoenix's daughter, so we kind of laid off on him.
Okay. So we're only a little bit disgusting. All right.
Yeah, just at the beginning.
I can live with that.
You know my whole stick. I could definitely live with that.
Mm-hmm. Hey, to be fair, we didn't know.
Exactly. Now it's weird.
Yeah.
Remember that, chat. Now it's weird.
Yeah, now it's weird.
And the brother, too, has this power of theirs.
Yo, this means we can't watch some of the older VODs. If we actually did, like, make jokes like that, we're gonna go back, watch it, realize they're brother and sister, be like, oh my god, we said that!
I think we made, like, one joke, like, oh, Apollo, she's cute.
I hope it was only one at this point.
No Alabama in the chat. Yes, Pigmaster.
So Trucy has an older brother. I wonder what will come of that. Phoenix knew the whole time.
He knew the entire time. Mr. Right. Tonight, after our game is done, I will return to a life of hiding. I would not see her live her life without knowing.
I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right.
I am in your debt. Once again.
No kidding. What I want to know is how all this got to be so messed up. Bracelets.
These bracelets are made of a special alloy. It is said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth.
So they're temperature sensitive or something?
Yes. This is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wearer's wrist.
Interesting.
That's really cool.
And this has something to do with the power?
What have I told you? The Gramier power reacts to the tension in others. When a Gramier senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension translates into minute contractions of their muscle, minute contractions of their muscle. So minute, they cannot sense it on their own.
Their muscles. Oh, so that's what the bracelets are for. Oh, so it had nothing to do with the bracelet at all, really. It was really just Apollo himself, but he couldn't detect
It was
it
Apollo
without
himself.
the bracelet.
The bracelet just kind of focuses it so that he can notice it.
Hmm.
With a bracelet on, one can sense these contractions. Because the bracelet is always a perfect fit.
So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on their wrist.
Precisely. So is that what Shadow the Hedgehog has on his wrists? He's a Gramier.
No, he wears gloves with his rings.
But he takes off those rings. It's canon in 06.
Yeah. Well, come on, we don't need him to be that overpowered. But that alone.
Shadow the
doesn't
Hedgehog's a Gramier. That's all there is to it.
Okay. But that alone doesn't really count as mind reading.
I believe I understand how the process works from there. It's a simple question of eyesight.
Eyesight. I guess that sounds simple enough. Eyesight.
Have you ever heard of kinetic vision?
Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? I wish I had that. I've heard of it before. They say athletes can see a moving ball like it was stopped if they focus.
I've heard about that. Like they get like hyper focused, like kind of like a baseball player, like bases loaded, 2 outs.
Mm-hmm.
And the way I could imagine it is if you ever like jump into a pool and you're underwater and you just hear like the sound of water around you. That's how I kind of imagine it. Oh, but it's not confined to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of the face, and the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of a crowd before one may distract it.
So basically, what you're saying is the Gramiers can see really well?
For them, seeing is more than believing. It is knowing. Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus.
Things are starting to come into focus for me, too.
Of course, it is difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any lengths of time. But what if someone could tell you when to focus?
Or something.
Precisely.
But wait, Trucy doesn't have any bracelets.
You're talking about poker, yes? The timing of when to focus is so elementary, she probably does it without thinking. Ah. Oh my gosh, what is that stuff in Naruto?
I don't know.
With I don't know the names of the characters, so it's hard to describe, but that blue-haired chick, she can like kind of focus, her eyes get all crazy.
You lost me at blue-haired chick. Those are normally demonic in real life.
But in Naruto, though, I don't know.
Well, yeah, fair. Naruto, not as bad.
She's the shy one. I don't know.
I don't watch Naruto.
I thought you did. I've used to watch it as a kid. I doubt Trucy herself has realized. That is all I know about Noah Thang's Gramier.
Thank you, Mr. Zach.
If this boy's bracelet is the real thing, then he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power.
I'll keep that in mind.
That's
Well,
probably a DMAD question. Yeah, definitely.
shall we play a game?
Ah, I said so much. Let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night.
that night?
The night my mentor, Magnifique Gramier, passed from this world to the next. There were 2 pistols and 2 letters sent. This was Magnifique's test.
A test.
In his last years, Magnifique Gramier worked us to the bone. No, to the pain. But that night, I could not shoot him. So I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer.
Take this.
I can get Magnifique. You've already got
Okay.
Zach.
Take this. I give my art to you, Zach.
What?
It is thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zach. Though I would not have minded dying by your hand.
How could I shoot you? You're my mentor.
Bah! I thought you might say that.
If I went home without shooting anything, what would have you done then?
Then, of course, I would have given Valent his chance.
And if I had shot you in the forehead instead?
Then it would be over. If you or Valent were to shoot me in the head, then I, to the darkness would go. Or then I to the darkness would go, and my art with me. A fitting end, don't you think?
Ah,
Yet this ending, too, gives me no cause for regret. I thank you, Zach. And I am sorry, for I have done much that was wrong in my day.
so Zach really didn't kill him.
It seems to me that Magnifi wanted you to be his successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valent's.
Perhaps. But is not something we will ever know for sure now. I wonder, what is Valent up to these days?
Waiting for you to die. If 7 years pass, like this, the performance rights go to him.
And now here I am, and his dream is ended.
It's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know.
What? You don't mean to tell me they've put the blame for our mentor's death on him?
The trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zach. There were even rumors that Valent had helped you pull it off.
But that's madness! Well, it seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform.
Hmm?
Isn't it odd that that sorting out my life should prove so complicated? Even though I'm dead. That was his motive.
For trying to destroy Phoenix again?
No. I'm talking about, that could have been, what is his name? Christoph?
Christoph, yeah.
That could have been Christoph's motive. But why?
Was for him to not reappear?
Hell the world.
Oh, I see. That night, Zach Gramier was killed. He died as Shady Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. but he left one thing behind before he parted. This. To whom it may concern, 7 years past, I, Zach Gramier, maybe Phoenix will read it, his confession, to use as I saw fit. Of course, he'd kill no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valent Gramier. All right.
All right. Go to the Sunshine Coliseum.
Very well. Present day, Sunshine Coliseum.
Whoa, this is a blast from the distant past.
Long time no see, Mr. Valent.
7 years has it been? Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
Actually, I came because there's something I want to ask you.
I've spoken to the press. I've nothing more to say.
I've spoken to a lot of people myself and come to some conclusions. But then I realized I needed to hear it from you.
I have walked a difficult road these past 7 years.
Because you couldn't perform Magnifi's repertoire.
Not be deceived. Valiant's skill is the real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it is my partner who showed me on my way. Slowed me on my way.
Zach Gramier?
His rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought.
Zach Gramier murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you?
I remembered it as if it was only yesterday. I think we're saying Gramier wrong. MK is saying it's Gramier. Gramier doesn't sound bad, though.
It looks like he's just trying to list different ways it could be pronounced. I'm just going to stick with Gramier.
Yet, there was not the way in the end. For while he vanished, the suspicion upon my own person never did. His partner, Zach, vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies on the press said.
I had no idea.
Yet the very same press comes to me now, feigning interest. It covered the greatest magic show in history as if it were a vaudeville distraction. And here must I stand, smiling at them all. What am I, if not a player in some fiendish farce?
Might I suggest it's because you've never made it clear what happened? Magnifi's death is still a mystery to this day. Which is why I came here to get answers from you.
Is this even a surprise at this point?
No. I knew I'd be seeing these sooner or later.
The audience has no business stepping upon the stage. They must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight.
Oh, thanks for those 3 ice creams, Linktoon. That sounds an awful lot like something I heard 7 years ago. All right.
We have enough to break them.
Magnifi's death.
Apparently, just phrasing the correct pronunciation in different ways is Gramier. Magnifi Gramier? Valiant Grammar?
I'm trying to
think if there was like a...
I'm just trying to find a... Well, I guess it could be Grammar.
We could start saying Grammar.
Alright, well, better late than never.
Yeah, better late than never. Thank you, MK.
Thanks.
Ask what you will, you'll never get nothing from me.
I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened.
Oh my gosh, Pigmaster Phoenix. Hello there, some random person. Cyclops intensifies. It's my favorite game franchise. Same here, MK. I love Ace Attorney.
Yeah, I gotta be honest though, I'm not a fan of this game.
It's definitely weaker than the other three. I would say that.
I mean, I just can't stand how they desecrated Phoenix's character.
He's kind of clawing it back though, a little bit. Right here.
Mm-hmm.
For 7 long years, I have endured. Now, finally, the curtains lift on my new golden age. All the miracles of our troop within my grasp.
Sorry to do this, Valent. But right now I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb. It should shake things up. Valent, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this. What do you think? Zach's confession?
It's not the confession.
Oh, transfer rights?
Thinking he's going to... Yeah, it's the transfer rights. He's thinking he's going to run the Grammar. And what might that be? I see it bears the Grammar seal.
I should have brought this to your attention sooner, but I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast.
What is this?
A document showing the true recipient of the performance rights to the Magnifi Miracles.
What? Zach Remier? He wrote this? What? He passed everything to his daughter?
Trucia Nickmar. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days.
Preposterous! Zach is gone! Vanished into the void!
This is the genuine article. Zach was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this.
What? He only got one bunny and one bird this time. Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived enthralled to the dead?
You're not the only one with that problem.
But he shot Magnifi! Yes, it was Zach! It was! And then he left, and my career as a magician fell into darkness.
Did you think there might be some way out of it? Say, if you could prove Zach Grammari shot Magnifi, was that why you testified?
Yes, my way out! It should have been my way out!
Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Valent. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnifi Grammari?
Now it's Zach's confession.
What does this actually say? To whom it may concern, 7 years ago, I, Zach Grammari, murdered my mentor, Magnifi Grammari. I apologize for the trouble caused by my sudden departure from court and hereby confess to my crime. Wow. Huh. I believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. Zach Grammari wrote one more thing before passing on.
This is a confession.
In which he admits to the killing of Magnifi Grammari. See? All according to your plan.
I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience, give them a fleeting dream.
So he actually did it? Yeah, I guess so.
Yet, it seems the tables have turned. Now I'm the audience, believing in the deceptions I have wrought upon myself.
Zach wrote this right in front of me. After I explained your situation to him.
Alakazong! You do know what this confession is nothing but lies.
Yes, it is my opinion that Zach Grammari killed no one. Oh, so we still don't know who killed him.
Nope. Then you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination.
So it wasn't either of them, maybe?
You received instructions to kill, but if one is innocent, then the one who remains is guilty.
That would be the logical conclusion, yes.
So he vanished to protect me, his partner. A stirring tale, 'tis true.
Did you shoot Magnifi Grammari? Did you shoot Magnifi Grammari in the forehead?
If I had, and I told you, what would you do? Run to the police, perchance? Do as you will. There's nothing left for me now. It's true, after all.
Huh?
I have little talents. I needed my mentor Magnifi's repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed hold of me.
I knew it. So he really did kill him. So Valiant Gramier did kill the great Magnifi.
So sorry, Mr. Wright. But it was not I who shot my mentor.
Okay, never mind. He didn't do it. What? But if it wasn't you, then who was it? There wasn't another disciple, was there?
Another disciple? Such as...
I don't know. Knack and Talent Grammari, maybe?
Your wild fantasies could not be further from the truth. Only Zack and Valiant received those threatening letters. But there was another. One more person could have fired that pistol that night. I don't suppose you figured it out by now.
If it wasn't Zack or Valiant who shot Magnifi, then it had to be the only other person at the scene. Which means... Wait. You don't mean...
Yes. The great Magnifi Grammari himself.
Well...
He seriously pulled a suicide as badass.
I love that clip. Suicide is badass! No one, Magnifi Grammari. Suicide is badass! So Magnifi Grammari committed suicide.
You find it hard to believe?
To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility.
When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him. But when I turned and made to leave the room, the old man called out to me.
So you spoke with Magnifi Grammari?
Yes, and this is why I knew he had done what he had done. Magnifi transferred the rights to his repertoire to my partner, Zach Grammari. Not me.
I see. Then I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it.
You owe me no apology.
Huh?
My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder.
What? Your crime? Is Valiant Grammari confessing something to me? What could be more serious than murder?
You see, I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There are no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That was when I understood Magnifi's plan.
He wanted to die by one of your hands?
Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights to the repertoire. That was when I heard it. The little demon whispering inside my heart.
The demon?
Let me confess, I had intended to shoot Magnifi. And I planned on framing my partner for the crime.
What?
That night, I prepared something before going to Magnifi's hospital room.
Which was...
IV fluid, of course. I've seen it on an earlier visit. If Zach did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then, I would use the IV liquid to place the murder on his hands. That was my plan. So Phoenix was about to get him.
Ooh. But you didn't shoot him.
I could not. The demon in my heart fled the moment when the moment came. But then Magnifi called me back.
I am sorry, Valiant. I am giving my magic to Zach, not you. You still lack the draw he has. Please help him if you can.
I left the room. And then I stopped. The shock of what I had been told consumed me. That is when I heard that fateful gunshot.
Magnifi Grammari killing himself.
Then the demons awoken anew within me. Zach killed him. He was the one. Framed him, and the magic will be yours. I altered the scene of his suicide. I took the pistol from his hands, wiped off the prints. Then I used the syringe to add the IV fluid I had brought.
So in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. Magnifi died, and you framed Zach for his murder.
As planned, indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed, truly?
That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe. But
Yes.
I'm glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valiant. Thank you.
It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Wright. Only when I lost everything could I make my decision.
You're going to turn yourself in?
My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. And as my guilt stays, all else begins to leave me. my friends, my performance rights, my magic. I had made enough vanishing acts.
I understand.
I thought my life was ruled by a dead man. But I find I was wrong. For Zeke Gremerai was alive.
Well, not anymore.
And now it occurs to me. What if he was not the only one who survived?
What do you mean?
You see, now that I think about it, I realize that we never saw proof of her demise.
What?
We never saw her body.
Huh? Her?
The mind races and the mouth flaps on. My apologies. Forget this matter. I can only hope that the day will come when I again meet my partner, Zeke Gremerai. Then I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I am so glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you.
Zach Gramerai. Shady Smith. Whichever name you prefer. He's no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver. And the impenetrable darkness that remained has taken another life. I knew what I had to do to push back the darkness for good. And it would involve paying that man a visit. Oh, I know who we're talking about.
Yep, there's one more place to go.
All right, Gavin. It's time for you to confess. Oh, guard.
Sorry, sir. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied.
I see. Do you know when he'll be finished?
Well,
Could you go find out?
certainly, sir. Please wait here a moment.
I love how you made the guard sound like it's a butler.
My apologies to the guard, but there's something I need to see.
Okay, take a look at that envelope.
There it is, the yellow envelope. And the sender is... Drew Masham. I was right. Oh boy.
When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Masham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it left at the scene of the crime.
If this is the last letter that Drew Masham wrote, then there's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes. Let's see if that anthraquinine spray finds anything.
Oh, shh. Ho, 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 ho!
Yes, game, I see it. Oh, I have to tap it. So this was Drew Masham's messenger of death. It was this stamp, all right. No mistaking it. And his last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. Gotcha.
Oh.
Finally.
Here it is.
Decisive evidence.
I have it right here in better writing. The interview request came, like you said it would, and they're looking into the case. I swear on my life, I won't tell them about you. So please, release the spell you have put on my daughter. I'll write later with a report.
The interview request came. They're looking into the case?
What's this? A burglar? In jail?
Gavin.
I didn't know you're moonlighting and larceny, right?
Gavin. There's something I have to ask you.
Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no.
Oh, shoot. Hold up, guys. Discord just crashed. We lost him. Hello?
Hello?
Sorry about that. My
Hey.
Discord just fucking had a stroke. Let me get the footage back up for you. All right, there you go. Can you see it?
Give me one moment. There we go.
All
My
right.
apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss.
Vera Masham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin?
There are no known survivors of atroquinine poisoning. But it never hurts to hope.
Okay. I'll be leaving now then.
Right. Wait.
Yeah, Gavin?
Would you mind leaving that letter? It's private.
Oh, sorry. Forgot I had it.
Many thanks.
Well, okay then.
It was a camera.
He had a camera?
He had a camera.
Oh! Brilliant! We've now seen all the clues in this case. Clues I gathered over 7 long years. Now, it is time. Every story has an ending. We've come to the final chapter, the final trial, the final find the truth. You're the only one who can. Oh, this is gonna be a good trial.
Wow.
All right, what do you think? Shall we take a 5? Or no, wait, hold up. Something's wrong. Welcome to court. 7 years, all leading to one verdict. A verdict which you must decide. Is the defendant, Vera Masham, innocent or guilty? The courtroom doors are opening. The trial awaits. Are you ready to begin? Preparations complete.
Preparations complete.
Episode 4, Turnabout something inside me. Rising, surfacing.
Everything is connected.
So did Apollo watch all that footage? Something important. Lost long ago. It's close now. So close. All right.
Let's take 5.
Yeah, okay, let's take 5. All right, guys, we will be back in about 5 minutes.
Right, I am back. I am back, guys, and wow, this is getting good. Had to get a little extra caffeine. My coffee's wearing off. Is it a bad idea to have caffeine at 10:30 p.m.? Maybe. Unfortunately, I think I might have. I got so much planned. I was kind of hoping I would be able to do most of it, like some of it tonight. But I think I might have to cancel my Saturday stream. Have you never played this game before? I have not. No. This is both of our first time playing Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. Beforehand, I played the first 3 games beforehand, and then I brought Siejax along for the ride. So I was kind of like his guide, as it were. Now we're both going in this blind. Surprise Pikachu face. So far, I mean, it's kind of tough. I mean, chapter 1 I thought was really good. I thought that was a pretty good case.
Which one?
Chapter 2. Oh, hello.
Hi there. What are we talking about?
I'm talking about, well, MK is talking about if we've ever played this game. I told him no. And I was about to give my ranking of these chapters.
Oh, actually, I'm
I
K
said-
Drum. If you're interested, I played the entire first 3 games with my partner here.
That's what I was saying. I was talking about how I was basically the guide, as it were.
In a way. You said you got Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. You plan to stream those as well? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think we're done for the time being. We might come back. Who knows?
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. With the direction this game took, I don't really have much faith in the other 2 games.
You know, that's fair.
Honestly, I kind of like to think that Ace Attorney just kind of ended at the 3rd game.
You know, I mean, a lot of people agree with that. A lot of people think the first 3 games are like the only ones. This game really is getting me to want to try 5 and 6, and I'm gonna just hold off hope that the HD remake is coming, because this is a hot take, but I do not really like playing games on my 3DS.
I mean, 3DS has got its problems.
It's
I
just
don't know,
it's too
it's-
small. I'm hoping for the HD so I can buy it on Steam.
I don't know. There's a few things I'd have to consider. I mean, I won't say the 5th and 6th games are completely off the table, but as of right now, it's just not in my scope of things I'm willing to do.
You know, that's fair.
I think the 5th game is better than this one.
The 5th one is the one that plays with emotions, right?
I have no idea. I've never even seen any footage of the 5th game.
It has a pretty cute girl. Is the new defense attorney, or is that the 6th game? I'm not
Oh
too
yeah,
sure.
I actually do remember seeing a photo of her. The Athena Sykes, I think her name was.
The cute redheaded.
Yeah, I stumbled across her, because I was watching videos in the Ace Attorney community. I've seen reviews of Dual Destinies. I'll say that you get to do something you haven't been able to do for a while. Huh. I hope it's not Cyclops. Those things annoy me.
I do have a great Ace Attorney in my scopes, though. I want to check those out.
Oh yeah, I definitely want to do that too at some point.
All
I think
right,
those
should
games
we
were
put
Japanese
this?
exclusives in the days of the... I think those were DS or 3DS exclusives in Japan for a while.
And now they both. I think both Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 came out.
Yeah, I know they.
I've heard some people say it's the best Ace Attorney thing out there right now.
Really?
From like big Ace Attorney fans.
You know what's actually kind of funny?
What's that?
The translation of The guy you play as, I think his name was something Naruhodo.
Mhm.
Naruhodo is Phoenix Wright's Japanese name.
Yep.
Ryuichi Naruhodo. I learned that by
It's
watching
like
the anime.
It's like a play on words, I believe.
Yeah, it's Naruhodo is kind of like a it's kind of a way of saying, "Oh, I understand," in Japanese. Apparently, it's
Yeah, I
like
knew it
a
was
it's
some
like
sort
an
of
unfancy way of saying it, because apparently, if you like if your boss tells you something and you say Naruhodo, apparently like they take that as a sign of disrespect.
so it's like a more casual, like, hey, did you know about do you understand this? And you just say, oh yeah, yeah, I do.
Kinda, yeah.
Makes sense.
Japan can be very strict about those types of things, apparently. Apparently, like, the
Apparently.
degree, like, the actual degree of how much you bow represents how much of, what it's actually supposed to mean. So you bend just a little too far, you could mean something a little different. Japan's fun, but it's weird at the same time. You might like The Great Ace Attorney, then. Same directors as the original, and to me, the writers did amazing. Well, I'll definitely keep it in mind.
I kind of noticed that going with the bowing thing. I would like do a little bow to the people at the like convenience stores and stuff like that. And it was awkward because they would bow even lower. I'm like, okay, I should probably stop doing this because I'm probably putting them in a weird spot. I was just trying to be polite. My whole goal there was not to like make a like an ass out of the entirety of the United States of America. I feel as if that should be your goal when you travel to another country: is put your origin of country of origin in the best light you could possibly do.
Some people don't give a shit about that.
Well, I do.
Maruhodo is like, isn't that correct in Japanese? Maruhodo and Naruhodo would translate to English as right? Possibly. I think Maruhodo isn't actually a Japanese word. I mean, I could be wrong about that. But I'm pretty sure that was just, a botching of Naruhodo that Godot used in the Japanese Ace Attorney to insult Phoenix. I don't know, it could be.
Even in Japanese, Godot is an ass, and I love it.
He is an ass.
He's still one of my favorite Ace Attorney like quote unquote antagonists. Something about his suave nature.
I think it was, I think he's unique in the fact that he was really just out for revenge.
They played the revenge card really well with him. It wasn't like the typical revenge. Like, you still had to figure out why he hated you. There was like a little bit of a mystery to it.
Also, he just had like boiling amounts of anger with nobody to throw it at except for Phoenix. Because, when he woke up, White was already in jail. And, the only person he had left to throw his aggression at was Phoenix.
The one man that could have saved her because he felt as if he failed her.
And he treated Phoenix like he was the real criminal, even though Mr. White is the one who smashed her head open with the thinker.
Yeah, because like you said, there was no one else for him to like put his anger to. So he could beat him in the only way he knew how. In the court of law, baby.
I'll say Godot's end was a fitting one.
It was a beautiful one, too. When he finally accepts right because he sees Maya inside of him.
You mean Mia?
Yeah, Mia. That's my bad.
All right. Now then. Flip that off. Close that.
Should we put the black the black sheep of the Ace Attorney series to bed?
Yep. Should take us maybe about an hour. let's do this.
Court is now in session for the trial of Vera Masham.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Prosecution's ready to rock.
Prosecutor Gavin, how is the defendant Vera Masham's condition?
Acute atroconine poisoning, according to her physician.
So she's the only known survivor of atroconine poisoning. Interesting.
So far. She could die at any time.
Never mind. I spoke too soon.
Thus, her absence from the courtroom today.
What? I can't put her on trial without her being here?
It is unusual.
I should wait for her to get better and to do it then. It's so...
Bureaucratic.
Bureaucratic? Is that how you spell it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's so
It looks so
bureaucratic of them.
weird. It looks so weird.
That's being a little harsh. They can't delay the trial any longer. Or they risk having no one left to try.
A trial without a verdict can only cause grief. The records of this case and experiences tell us this. Apologies to defendants, but the show must go on.
Right. If Vera dies, the trial will be canceled. I'm not going to let that happen. Mr. Wright told me everything that's been going on behind the curtains all these years. Oh, so we did show Apollo all that footage.
I haven't slept yet.
I didn't go through hours and hours of footage for nothing. I am very sleepy, but I'm going to get Vera her innocent verdict whilst there's still time left.
He went on Phoenix's. I want to get off of Phoenix Wright's wild ride. Mr. Bones' wild ride.
Very well. Your opening statement, Prosecutor Gavin.
Prosecution's case is unchanged by recent events. Why did Vera Masham succumb to poison? Because she couldn't live with the guilt of what she's done.
But Vera was poisoned with atroconine. The exact same poison that took her father's life.
What better confession could you ask for? Being the killer, she would have had access to the poison. Significant, since it's rather hard to come by.
That is true.
In other words, I see no need for further discussion. We could have had a verdict yesterday.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no objections, I see no reason to postpone a verdict.
What we need to worry about isn't the verdict, but the trial itself. The defense holds that Vera Masham is the victim, not the killer.
That's so. Then you have to prove something. She was in court, giving her testimony before us. How do you propose her killer poisoned her? Oh, and incidentally, it would be nice if you told us who her mystery killer was.
The prosecution's objection is sustained. I ask the defense to prove its claims to the court. Tell us how Vera Masham was poisoned.
I've got two things to prove here. Who did it and how. Which to hit first? I guess how.
It doesn't matter if you do who or how.
Okay.
As long as you get them, if you get them correct, it doesn't matter.
How did the killer poison Vera Masham? I will focus first on the method used.
Any comments before we begin, Prosecutor Gavin?
Not a bottle or container of poison was found on the defendant's body.
I see. So the vector of poisoning is unknown. Is the defense prepared to prove how the poison reached Vera Masham?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. What method was used to poison Vera Masham?
Okay, well, that's got to be the stamp. Or
No, not the stamp.
the tiny frame?
Mm-mm. Think about it. Nothing was found on her body that could be considered the vector of a thing. There is one thing, though.
That was not found on her body.
It was not found on her body. However, it was still on her body.
Not on her body. Oh! Nail polish!
Yep, by who other?
What's this? My, what a beautiful bottle.
I agree, Judge.
I'd like to give whoever designed that. I'd like to give it to whoever designed that. Wait. I'd like to give whoever designed that a hand.
Is that nail polish? It's colorless. Ah.
Something the matter?
No, nothing. Nothing at all.
So the killer put poison in this bottle and made her drink it?
As Prosecutor Gavin has told us, this is nail polish.
Nail polish.
It's like paint for nails. Know any women with red nails?
Ah! My wife has red nails! I see. So she's been painting them all this time!
He is so wholesome. We
He
need
really
to protect
didn't
the
know?
judge. I love the judge.
This is not
From
this is not a safe guy to be having in a judge's chair, though. He's so oblivious.
He is so oblivious, but he always gets the right verdict. He is quite fickled.
Fair.
Ah, my wife has red nails. I see. So she's been painting them all this time. 60 years in a marriage and you think you learned something.
That's why I love marriage, Apollo. You learn something new about your spouse every day.
Let's recall yesterday's trial. Remember when Vera was testifying to the court?
Court is now back in session.
Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernail clean off. Whenever Vera became nervous, she had a habit of biting her nails.
Her nails. Oh. Oh!
Prosecutor Gavin, when the prosecution had Vera examined, did they check her nails?
Bailiff, have them check the defendant's nails at once. Mr. Justice.
Yes?
Do you know who did this? Do you know who put poison in that nail polish?
Yes.
Bottle belongs to Vera Masham?
Why do you ask? Know someone else who might have a bottle like this?
No, just checking.
Mr. Justice, you are about to accuse someone of poisoning that bottle of nail polish. Please dispense with the chatter. You realize the weight of this accusation. Here, let me show you.
Understood, Your Honor. No problem. I know what I'm doing this time.
Then let us ask. Who poisoned Vera Masham via her nail polish?
It puts Christoph Gavin right in the front of the court record. It's like, hey, if you don't even know, you're screwed.
Like, what were you doing in the previous chapter?
What's this?
Previous part.
Christoph Gavin.
What's your game? My bro? There's no way he could do a thing like that. You should know that better than anyone else.
Indeed. He is behind bars.
I know. However, that doesn't mean it was impossible to do what he did.
What?
Ask yourselves when he put the poison in that bottle. It could have been yesterday. It could have been a month ago. Maybe it was a year ago. Or perhaps it was 7 years ago.
But Christoph Gavin had no motive for killing this poor girl. It's simply inconceivable.
Prosecutor Gavin doesn't seem to think so.
It's like, that dumbass.
That face tells me one thing. Christoph Gavin's own younger brother doesn't find it inconceivable at all.
Well, Prosecutor Gavin, if you feel there is a clear and pressing need, then we may have to summon Christoph Gavin from his jail as a special witness.
Fine. I've known for some time the unpenetrable darkness lurking at the bottom of this. A darkness that has swallowed even myself. Okay, the defense's wish is granted. Yeah, Clavier is wrapped up in all this too. 7 years of chaos. Let prisoner Christoph Gavin take the stand.
Well, I mean, it's only really come on him in, like, the last year. Like, his brother's sentenced to jail for murder. That must have stumped him quite a bit. And then this trial where he realized that he wrongfully ruined Phoenix Wright.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. He's the beginning and the end of it, because he was right at the beginning is Phoenix Wright playing the bad piece of evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Bailiff.
Oh my gosh, it's like that domino meme. An old man wishes for death, and then all the way at the end, a man's quest for revenge
Bailiff.
against his old friend.
Bailiff. Begin proceedings to call a special witness. The witness is Christoph Gavin, currently residing in solitary cell 13 at Central Prison.
Oh boy.
Your Honor, how nice to see you again.
It's been quite a while, hasn't it?
But to what do I owe the pleasure of your company? It's not every day I'm summoned from my solitary cell. In fact, it's never.
I think you already know, Mr. Christoph Gavin.
Ah, Mr. Justice. I hear you've been doing quite well for yourself.
Why do I feel like somehow he's still my boss?
Stiff upper lip, Apollo. You can do it.
Does this bottle look familiar?
Iridani nail polish? Why, yes. I use it myself. As did the late defendant, I hear.
She's not dead yet!
And? Was there something concerning this bottle you wish to ask me about? I admit, I respect her for her taste in nail polish.
Her taste, indeed. This nail polish was how Vera Masham was poisoned.
To quinine, was it?
You're well informed about this case, Mr. Gavin.
Even in solitary, much comes to my desk. I have nothing to do but read. Well, Clavier?
This must be an awkward family reunion.
Oh, super awkward. Maybe you can explain this? You're being accused again. By him. Again. Ah. And? You agree with his accusation, do you?
Let's hold a proper trial, shall we? Christoph Gavin, your testimony, please.
I'd be delighted.
The charges against you are quite severe, Mr. Gavin. You are suspected of poisoning the defendant, Vera Machin. Please testify on this matter to the court.
How many times has that possibly happened in history? Like, someone already in jail is being pulled out of jail to be tried for another crime?
I feel as if it happens from time to time, but not often.
Especially when they're both murder charges.
Owning the same nail polish does not a murderer make. I have been in solitary confinement for half a year. How can I poison her? Her father died of the same poison, the means of which should be clear. The prosecution's case holds. She poisoned her father and then attempted to poison herself. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning her father, too?
Yes.
Do we have the camera footage in the court record?
Acrylic. Letter from a sham. Nope. Oh. You know what it might be?
What?
That hidden camera might not, that might not be legal evidence.
Oh, that's true.
I know hidden cameras can be used, journalists. You know, they're legally allowed to have hidden cameras. You know, I think, there's a news organization I follow, Project Veritas. They use a lot of, hidden cameras to catch people confessing to some pretty wrecked shit on camera. I'd recommend them, actually. But yeah, I don't know if they can use that kind of stuff in a court of law.
I see. I didn't know if it was evidence or not. That's all. And that's the only thing I could think of right now. Otherwise, we probably have to just press him.
Well, we definitely know he did it. Now we just need to use what evidence is available to us to tie it to him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm afraid the defense's claim is sounding rather unlikely.
Naturally. For one, I don't even know the Mashams. Isn't that so, Mr. Justice?
Very well, Mr. Justice. Begin your cross-examination.
I'm accusing Christoph Gavin, my ex-boss. But I know he poisoned the Mashams. The question is when. Could he have done it? Not to mention why.
To tie loose ends, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the bracelet was highlighted. Tell me,
was it?
is
nice.
this nail polish expensive?
Abenone is a nail polish of the highest order.
Donnie, I think it was? Donnie.
Ariadne is the nail polish of the highest order. Not only is it fabulously expensive, but it is made in extremely limited quantities.
And you and Vera just happened to both use it? That can't be a coincidence.
I'm guessing it's not a coincidence.
Huh?
It's simple. Ariadne is the best nail polish one can buy, correct? Then, if one wanted the best nail polish, one would buy it.
That makes sense. Why, it's a bit like my feelings toward my brand name gavel here.
And my silk top hat.
Are we all done showing off our refined tastes? But I wanted to show off my Atari Jaguar. Actually, there's nothing to show off there. Never
He
mind.
said refined tastes.
I know. How about my 3DS here that has a built-in footage projector?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. By the way, I'm playing this on a real DS for those of you who didn't know.
Please continue with your tasteful testimony.
A real new 3DS XL, to be specific. Then solitary confinement for half a year.
Oh, it's something. And you said the bracelet's working?
Yeah, the bracelet was rotating. That
Oh, okay,
means it
so
can
it has
be
to
used on
be-
one of these.
Mm-hmm.
Can't you still make contact with the outside world in solitary?
Ah, so he had an accomplice from the outside. Is this your latest accusation? I'm allowed a certain monocle of letter writing. But the contents of those letters are closely checked. It will be extremely difficult to send a hit request.
Prosecutor Gavin's on the warpath, isn't he?
Yeah, you think so. You think so too, Trucy? I bet I know why.
He must be nervous with his big brother watching.
And maybe that's a weakness I can turn to my advantage.
Are we cool with that? May I continue? You got that anime, like, glasses thing going.
Oh yeah. It works when you're a villain. The defendant is not dead yet.
There are no known cases of someone surviving anthraquinine poisoning.
You seem to know a lot about anthraquinine.
I know a lot about a lot of things. Which is why I suggest we pick up the pace. Or else you'll be short one defendant. For what she's worth.
The witness will refrain from speaking ill of the ill.
My apologies. Shall I continue?
Vera had no reason to want to commit suicide. And also, who would commit suicide by doing their nails?
The answer is quite simple. Basically, allow me to explain. Beginning with, why did she do it? The answer is quite simple. She couldn't live with her own guilt. Next, why did she use nail polish to poison herself? This too is simple. So she could die doing something that she liked.
Something that she liked?
Once she saw that the trial wasn't going her way, she knew she would die. And it's not easy to bring poison into a courtroom. With how many poisonings there have been in this courtroom, I beg to differ.
Well, there was only one that occurred inside the courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
But there were plenty of cases that used poison.
Must I explain further?
I believe that's clear enough. Crystal clear.
Wow, two brothers together. Wow, the two brothers together is like a two-man wrecking team.
We could use a little more teamwork, though. Hey, I just realized it's siblings versus siblings right now.
It is sibling versus sibling. Oh, he's messing with his, like, glasses. Everything else was him gripping his, like, he's, like, crossing his arms. While that one's him messing with his glasses.
Okay. Both Vera and Mr. Misham were poisoned with anthraquinine. That really can't be a coincidence.
Vince is repeating fallacious statements based on conjecture.
I think it's fallacious.
Fallacious statements based on conjecture. The prosecution requests concrete,
Unambiguous.
unambiguous proof of the witness's crime.
Objection sustained. The defense will please present concrete proof.
Does Prosecutor Gavin seem strange to you? It's like he's all grown up.
I think that's how prosecutors are supposed to be, actually. though he is acting different than usual. I'll bet it has a lot to do with his brother Christoph being in the room.
Well, let's make this testimony count, Apollo.
Right, quick and painless. My bracelet should do the trick. Okay, I'm questioning my ex-boss. His testimony seems watertight, but he's lying. I'm sure I'll be able to see something, as long as I focus.
Focusing. What is Tubby doing?
Ah, fuck, I went one too far.
Focusing.
It's like, back up, the eyes like scroll out to the witness stand. Back up, Justice! Bam!
Nice suit you
Nice
got
voice
there.
guy.
I never really noticed it before.
Alright, let's see.
I
Let's
noticed
see
the
if-
previous statement also had a different animation as well, too.
Whoa,
Or
those
different
eyes on the
pose.
bottom screen. Oh, please be the glasses, actually. Whoa, hold up. I didn't know there was a scar on his hand. Oh! Did you see that? Oh, no, you can't see the bottom screen.
I cannot.
Okay, I found it. I'm glad that scar caught my attention.
Oh, did the scar cut? Oh, yeah, it kind of pulsed a little bit.
Yeah. This one's a tight window, too. They're pulling out the punches for the last trial.
I love the idea that he's just out here, like... I
Yo,
noticed he
that
started
that pulsed me to face, actually! I just noticed it! You watch it back on the stream playthrough, you'll see it made a fucking face! There, my friends, is the devil!
Oh, it did. It was the devil.
Oh! It was you who killed Drew Masham.
A bluff worthy of your new mentor, Mr. Wright.
Oh, really? But you see, I saw it. Right when you said her father, too. Your hand tensed unnaturally, and a little devil appeared to give me the news.
Let's assume, for the sake of argument, that you saw me being tense. What does that mean? Are you all tense? Are all tense witnesses guilty? And tell me, was Drew Masham fond of nail polish too?
Sorry, but there's more than one way to poison a man. You don't need nail polish to get to someone's mouth.
Ah. Then I must be very talented indeed. You see, Drew Masham was killed on October 6th. While I was already in my solitary confinement cell in Central Prison. If that's not an alibi, then I don't know what is.
But you found a way, all the same. And I found it too.
Ugh.
This is how you poison Mr. Masham. Okay, so now we present the commemorative stamp. I'm sure this commemorative stamp requires no introduction. The night Mr. Masham died, he was writing a letter. Anthraquinine was found on this stamp, Mr. Gavin.
So am I to understand this stamp was the murder weapon?
Yes, you are. Oh, and yes, this stamp was found in your prison cell.
Ugh.
That is all, Your Honor.
Order, order, order! Poison on the back of the stamp?
After Drew Machan was killed, someone paid a visit to this witness's cell. Phoenix Wright.
Daddy?
That's when he found the stamp. You made Mr. Machan write you a letter. That's how you killed him!
What? My. You've upset my poor brother to the point of uselessness. Allow me to clarify this matter, Justice.
I just want to see something real fast. How old is Christophe compared to Prosecutor Gavin? Okay, so he's 32. Clavier Gavin. So they're only 8 years apart?
How old is Christophe?
Christophe's 32. Clavier is 24.
So Christophe's about the same age as Phoenix.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Actually, I think Phoenix is 1 year older. Yeah, he's 1 year older than Christophe.
Okay,
so 8
fair
years
enough.
apart.
All you need to do is recall witness Sparks Brushell's testimony. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in the envelope, Mr. Masham sat there searching the desk drawer for something.
His desk drawer?
Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp. End quote. He was looking for a stamp. Ergo, he had no intention of using this stamp.
What are you getting at?
What I'm arriving at is that the commemorative stamp was in a frame. It was a mere coincidence that he used it that night.
That would seem to be the case.
Or perhaps you mean to suggest that I can somehow manipulate coincidence?
He does have a point. How would this witness know if the victim was going to use that stamp? Without that, he couldn't have planned that murder.
What?
Really, Clavier? You should be seeing through these weak-spined bluffs by now.
They must have had an interesting relationship.
Yeah.
He's right, though. How could anyone have known Mr. Masham would use that stamp that night? Least of all, Christophe Gavin locked away in his cell.
Well, it seems that the defense has run out of things to say.
You assume he had something to say in the first place. I believe the defense's bluff has been called. The defense's bluff? I'm not sure I agree with you there, Christophe.
Oh!
He is sick and tired of it. Clavier. Honestly, I wanted to believe you. But the defense wasn't trying to get away with a bluff. You were, Christophe.
What are you saying, Prosecutor Gavin?
Her forehead. What was your accusation again?
Huh? Oh, it was that...
This poison stamp killed Drew Mashaw, ja? To which my brother responded thusly. There's no way to know when Michon would have used the stamp.
Yes, that's right. Which is why it couldn't have been planned.
Tell me, it needs to be planned. Why? Why couldn't it have been a coincidence? Defense's case is simply that Drew Masham died by that stamp. That's all.
Coincidence.
Christophe, you tried to slip out from under his accusation by changing the subject. If that's not bluffing, what is it? What are you up to, Clavier? I could ask you the same question, Christoph. I silenced the defense with the fewest words possible. It's called efficiency.
But Mr. Gavin, that's, that's impermissible testimony.
Very well. I should take his claim head on then. Justice.
What?
You accuse me of Drew Masham's murder, yes? Then, allow me to ask you. What possible reason could I have to kill a painter?
Apollo, motive! He's talking about a motive!
Indeed. It's hard to see how an attorney could come to want to kill a painter.
Now here's something. Why didn't he bring up the motive from the very beginning? Unless he was afraid it was a battle he might lose.
So, what does it mean?
It means there might be a weak spot. Maybe I have some evidence to prove a motive.
A motive for murder. This is vital, if not the most vital element in this case. Please consider this when making your statement.
I'd say it's about this vital.
That's about a third of our health. Maybe a little more.
Yeah, that's pretty vital.
That's pretty vital.
Well, Mr. Justice,
Going through with this no matter what. Understood, Your Honor. I'd like to present evidence.
then let's see what you have for us. What reason did Christoph Gavin have for wanting to murder Drew Masham?
Okay. There is technically, this is the one that's, yeah, okay. This is the forged evidence that Christoph Gavin, had commissioned. Letter from Masham. Could it also be this one, perhaps? No, couldn't. Then the only thing it could be is that notebook page, but I'm really nervous about that whole... what?
Just present it. Let's try it.
Christoph's Gavin motive becomes clear.
That's the only thing you can think of because it's forged evidence.
Right. When we consider why the stamp came to Drew Masham's studio in the first place.
And why was that?
Forgery, Your Honor. Go back 7 years. Drew Masham accepts his first job creating forged evidence.
I've seen that before. A page from a diary, wasn't it? Magnifique grammarized diary?
When attorney Phoenix Wright lost his badge, yes. This was the evidence he presented to his loss.
This evidence is a fake, yes. But did Mr. Wright request the forgery be made? That was never proven!
Its attorney on that case was Phoenix Wright. Who, other than him, drunk with the prosecutor of victory?
The
Could have
prospect
done
of
it.
victory.
Oh, drunk with the prospect of victory could have done it. And why would they?
Just out of curiosity. Do you remember this letter? This is the first page. And this is the second.
Those were presented in court yesterday. This letter was sent to Drew Masham by the client who requested that forgery.
The enclosed stamp was none other than the poisoned commemorative stamp. Drew Masham drew his last breath just like the other day. However, The motive for his murder was already 7 years old.
7 years old?
The client who requested this forgery was very cautious. He tried to erase anything and anyone with connections to the forgery. To keep them from talking? But he made a mistake. One of them was still alive.
Stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much.
The killer's time bomb was delayed. The poison stamp was sealed within a glass frame, where it sat for 7 whole years. Damn.
Her forehead. Do you understand what you're telling us? The one who schemed up the forged diary page was the one who poisoned the stamp. And it was Phoenix Wright who presented the forged evidence 7 years ago. Adding the two statements together, the one who schemed to kill Drew Masham, was none other than Phoenix Wright. Phoenix is in the audience. He's just like, don't worry, Apollo, this is my first time.
Oh, don't worry, Apollo. This is only my 3rd time getting accused of murder. Carry on. Sorry.
I don't
that's
judge
not
you
how
that
this
bad.
is going to. What'd you say?
He said, I don't judge you that bad.
Sorry, but that's not how this is going to go down.
Oh, then how would it go down?
I checked through the records on that case when I found this. 7 years ago, just before the trial began.
Oh boy. Here.
What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair.
And one more thing.
I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly.
I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday.
I understand that I'm asking the impossible for you.
Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards.
And that was enough?
Phoenix Wright was put on the case the day before the trial started. He didn't have time to request a forgery.
The day before?
Now here's a question. Just who was Shady Enigmar's previous defense attorney?
No, this can't all be.
But it is all true. There was another man, a defense attorney with a badge on his collar. It was you, Christoph Gavin!
Order, order, order! What is the meaning of this? Witness! I mean, defendant! Former lawyer!
Let me begin by denying this. Paul just says, bullshit.
It's easy enough to look up, Mr. Gavin.
And impossible to prove if you can't. Attorneys are registered with the court the day before the trial begins. In other words, no work record remains in the court. How exactly did you intend to prove Phoenix Wright's claim?
That would be difficult. I'm afraid this line of inquiry won't yield.
Objection!
Oh?
Her forehead. Are you sure you don't have evidence?
What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks clammy.
Evidence. Evidence that shows this man, Christoph Gavin, requested that forgery 7 years ago. Clavier. Just prove it. Clear up these doubts now, or I swear I'm off this case.
He must have thought of some evidence. Apollo! Prosecutor Gavin looks like he's in physical pain. That darkness. I have to pull that darkness out of him. And proof is the only way I can. What proves Christoph Gavin's link to Drew Masham?
Well, Mr. Justice, you claim Christoph Gavin requested a forgery of Drew Masham 7 years ago. Prove it.
It can be proven.
Simply ridiculous. Why even discuss it? This evidence does not.
Objection!
Are you telling the truth, Apollo Justice?
I am.
Then, I say we give him the benefit of the doubt.
Very well. But if you're wrong about this, be prepared for a penalty.
Your Honor, you do the defense an injustice. Mr. Justice is clearly passionate about his claims. Should the penalty not match his... Holy shit.
I don't like that!
Should the penalty not match his passion?
I haven't given a penalty like that in a long time.
Honestly, it wasn't until Phoenix convicted me of being the murderer. I gave him a 90% penalty.
Well, Mr. Justice?
Fine, Your Honor. All I have to prove is any kind of link. Something that ties Christoph Gavin to Drew Masham. And I have something that clearly does the job.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Present your evidence. Show us the link between our witness and Drew Masham.
Okay, let's think about this over.
Letter from Masham. There is literally nothing else that could be inside this court record, right?
What is the letter from Masham?
Oh, fuck. Letter posted by Drew Masham just before dying. Poison traces found on the stamp. This was the letter we found in Gavin's jail cell, right?
Okay, let's roll with it.
This evidence proves there's a link. I think that was wrong. Oh, never mind.
That scrap of paper? I'm afraid I can't let you submit that.
Is there a problem?
There is. How can you possibly have that? You couldn't.
Hey, that's Daddy's handwriting. What?
I'm sorry, what?
Mr. Wright's handwriting? What is the meaning of this?
Ha ha, I see now. Yes, of course.
What do you mean, of course?
I was just remembering I had a visitor yesterday. Phoenix Wright came to my cell. Except I wasn't there. Phoenix Wright? When I returned, I saw he had something of mine in his possession. Of course, I had no intention of letting him get away with reading my private mail.
Mail? You mean this letter was in your cell?
No. However, it appears Mr. Wright has yet to be cleared of his bad forging habit.
Well, if it's a forgery, it's not a very good one. The handwriting's terrible.
This is Mr. Wright's reproduction of what was written in the real letter.
Reproduction?
when Mr. Wright visited Christoph Gavin's cell, he brought with him a small video camera.
What?
Oh, he's pissed
Oh, look
now.
at his face.
You can see physical, veins.
Mm-hmm. What?
He recorded the entire conversation with you, Mr. Gavin. And the contents of your personal mail.
Regardless. This mockery of a piece of evidence will never be accepted by the court. Evidence based on a video a man with no authority whatsoever claims he took. A man who happens to be an ex-attorney suspected of forgery.
Prosecutor Gavin.
Prosecutor Gavin?
As embarrassing as this is for me to say, I'm afraid my brother is incapable of making rational judgments at the moment. Your Honor, your decision, please.
The defense's claim is denied.
What?
Only actual evidence is permitted in a court of law. Please remove the defense's evidence from the record.
Like next time, Justice.
Damn.
Well, we've certainly taken a detour from our cross-examination, but the defense appears to be lacking proof. I'm forced to end the cross-examination of Christoph Gavin at this point.
Polo, do something!
I'm thinking, but without evidence. I don't have anything else I can use on him.
Very well. This ends the witness's cross-examination. This ends the special witness's cross-examination.
Huh?
Gavin. The show's over, yet the crowd screams for more. Only now do I understand why.
Prosecutor Gavin.
Really, I'm relieved. This has been bothering me for 7 whole years. And I'm tired of the whole youthful angst scene. Now's our chance. Let's clean out the family closet, eh, Christoph? Clavier, you're spinning out of control. Calm yourself before you say something you'll regret. Spinning out of whose control? Mine or yours?
Ooh.
Take a moment to consider everything you've built. Your reputation as a prosecutor, your fame with the masses. You can lose it all, Clavier.
Polo, did you see that? He's trying to press Prosecutor Gavin.
Prosecutor Gavin, try to remember what's really important to you.
You amuse me, her forehead. I couldn't forget what's really important to me, even if I tried. In fact, I haven't. Not even once. 7 years ago. Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you? Her rights.
Resist what? Presenting solid evidence?
Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. State your name and occupation for the record.
I'm familiar with the trial. I've watched the videos several times.
Didn't you find anything unnatural about it?
Unnatural?
Oh, is Clavier coming clean?
Well, you did seem unusually well prepared. I mean, Mr. Wright had only just presented his evidence. And the next moment you call in Drew Masham. It was almost as if...
Almost as if... what?
Did Clavier set up that whole thing? I mean, Christoph set up that whole
What?
thing? Funny. Didn't even occur to me to wonder. But now that I do, I see there's only one possible explanation.
This
Almost
was
as
why
if.
Kryptov was trying to stop him.
Almost as if, from the very beginning, you knew Mr. Wright was going to present that evidence.
Oh,
Correct. I knew that if I applied the usual pressure, Phoenix Wright would eventually come up with that forged diary page. Don't do this, Clavier. I knew because you told me, Christoph.
What?
It was the night before the trial. Javier. Christoph, I'd seen you at the prosecutor's office the day before the trial. Ah, I won't be appearing in the trial, actually. Huh? Why not? I won't be facing off with you on your first trial, apparently. But in exchange, I brought information. Information? The attorney who will be there in my place tomorrow is not to be trusted. Don't even give him the benefit of your respect. Listen. I want you to call in a special witness. Then, I wondered about it at the time. How did Christoph know so much?
Prosecutor Gavin.
Christoph, we were supposed to face each other in that trial. A fair fight, brother to brother. I deserved that much. He was about to pull a fast one on his own fucking brother.
Damn. Christoph has just been a piece of shit for his whole life.
He couldn't let his brother. You let me borrow the victim's belongings. You show me all your research on the case.
The victim's belongings?
Which would have included Magnifi's diary, wouldn't it?
Mr. Gavin.
My, Clavier. You disappoint me. You find trees, yet miss the forest.
You're the one missing the forest, Mr. Gavin.
You can't sweep this under the rug. Not anymore. Tell me what was going on behind that trial. Why not? I've achieved what I came here to do. I see no harm in a little reminiscing.
Apollo.
I think we're finally going to shine a light on the black belly of this thing, Trucy. We've done everything we could. I hope it's enough.
7 years ago, the day before the trial, I visited the detention center at the request of my client, Zach Grammari.
Grammari.
That's it.
2 cards.
1 card. showdown time. Enough. You lose, Gavin. Thanks for the work. Now go. To be honest, I don't know what his reasons were to this day. As far as I could tell, he dismissed me as his representation because I lost in a game of poker. I could come to no other conclusion.
Daddy used to say something. If you want to know a man, you have to compete.
Zach wasn't watching his points or the cards. He was watching the man behind the cards, Christoph Gavin.
I couldn't believe it. Phoenix Wright? A second-rate attorney who relies on luck and bluffs? He dismissed me and went with that pitiful excuse of a man? He deserves to die for that error alone.
Damn. Hold it! So the one who requested that forgery was...
Oh, I'm not admitting to anything. My point is, these two men shamed me, and I could not forgive that.
Oh.
Phoenix Wright and Zach Grammari both deserve what they got.
So you asked Mr. Masham to forge that evidence? So that explains why he became Phoenix's friend. He enjoyed watching Phoenix suffer.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So he could get a front row seat to everything.
So you could win? But then, when you were dismissed as Zach Grammari's attorney, you used your forged evidence as a trap.
You fed me information about the forgery you made. Then you gave your dirty evidence to him. You're free to imagine what you will. My point is that all I had imagined came to pass. Everything went perfectly.
Oh,
Incredible. If I wasn't laughing, I'd weep.
Prosecutor Gavin?
Perfectly? You're mad, Christoph. Stop fooling yourself. What are you talking about, Clavier? Tell me, how did that trial end?
Cancelled when the defendant vanished.
Ah, I get it. So, Christoph, you've been living in fear for 7 years.
that's why he killed Zach.
What?
You were afraid your forgery would be revealed, and your reputation trashed. You couldn't leave things to chance. So you watched everyone involved with the case for 7 years.
You know, he always felt like he was being watched. That's what he said every day for 7 years. And I felt it too. Just sure he's being watched. End quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Gramier got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me?
Wait a minute! Zach Grammari was seen by this reporter? How is that possible?
To sign the notary.
Was he alive after being gone 7 years?
Kristoff looked out the window of the Borscht Club, saw him with the reporter, and thought he was giving the scoop.
Oh! Finally. I knew this moment was coming. I just didn't think we'd get here so fast. Zach Gramerai, gone missing for 7 years. Trucy's father.
What's wrong, Apollo? Go get him!
Right. Leave it to me. Allow me to refresh the court's memory. 6 months ago, Christoph Gavin was charged with murdering a mysterious traveler.
I remember him quite well. Shady Smith, was it? Poisoned in a Chinese restaurant. Tragic.
The details don't really matter right now. What matters is that traveler was Zach Gramerai.
What is it, Apollo?
Huh?
Prissy knew this entire time, didn't she?
Keep going! We'll talk about it later.
Never mind.
Did she already know?
I think she did.
Someone please explain this. Mr. Justice, can you explain this?
It all started 7 years ago. The great magician, Magnifi Gramarai's death started it. Magnifi Gramarai's death and his student Zach Gramarai, the suspect. Whoever defended Zach in court successfully would be famous beyond belief. Thinking that, Christoph Gavin did the unthinkable. He forged evidence.
Drew Masham?
Actually, it was his daughter, Vera, who really did the work. You took precautions when you had that forgery made, didn't you, Mr. Gavin?
Precautions?
Keep people from talking, of course. These two know too much. Leave them alive and there'll be nothing but trouble.
That's when you planned your poisoning of the forgers.
Intraclinine. Applied to a commemorative stamp.
But luck was on Mr. Masham's side. The bomb didn't go off.
His daughter. She saved him by taking the stamp. I see.
But that wasn't the only bomb he set up.
Ariadne nail polish, of course.
I think it's Ariadne.
The Ariadne nail polish, of course.
You noticed something when you requested that forgery. When Vera Masham is nervous, she has a bad habit. A tendency to bite her nails. He really did plan to murder a 12-year-old girl.
Yep.
That sick bastard.
That's pride fucking with you, Kristoff.
What'd you say?
I said that's pride fucking with you, Kristoff.
That nail polish was her good luck charm.
She was almost kidnapped once. Since then, she's been, well, you could see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house.
That person gave me a good luck charm for when I absolutely had to go outside. It protects me.
Yes, apparently she received something. A gift. She won't tell me what it was. It's from that client. The one who wanted that note made.
It was his insurance.
Insurance?
As long as she lived quietly at home, there was no danger to her. But what if she had to go outside?
If she ran into any trouble, she'd become nervous. and the nail polish would do the rest. Damn, that is impressive nail polish. The fact that it lasted for 7 years.
His time bomb sat there for 7 years. And then they went off almost simultaneously.
If you're finished, may I return to my cell now? I'm not accustomed for standing for such a long period of time.
Mr. Gavin, have you heard a single thing we've said?
Oh, I listened quite closely to your little tale. Quite an entertaining piece of fiction.
What?
Javier, surely you understand. We're back to the evidence. The lacking evidence. Nothing proves a link between him and the anthraquinine that took Drew Masham's life.
What about the restaurant? You killed Zach Gramerai to keep him from talking.
I killed no man of that name. Read over the reports again, if you like. The victim was a traveler by the name of Shady Smith, about whom we know little else. You can't seriously think I knew he was that particular fugitive.
Okay, then why did you kill him?
I plead my right to remain silent. Remember, this court did not convene to put me on trial. The defendant's name is Vera Masham, suspected in the murder of her father. My trial's been finished for 6 months now. Wait, does he know that this is a jury trial, though?
I don't know.
I'm afraid we have strayed considerably from our purpose here. This court concurs with the witness. It is defendant Vera Masham who is on trial here.
No! But you were doing so good, Apollo!
As long as there is no evidence to support the accusation against him, this course of inquiry cannot find Vera Masham innocent.
Your Honor! Phoenix Wright spent 7 years collecting this evidence.
You still don't get it, do you? Let us assume there was poison in the nail polish. Who then was responsible for causing Vera Masham to bite her nails?
What?
It wasn't me. I know that much. The only who brought that poison to her lips was you.
What? What?
Evidence is everything. There is nothing more.
I believe this discussion has reached its conclusion.
Your Honor!
Mr. Justice, you have performed admirably well for a novice attorney. I respect your partner, Phoenix Wright's determination as well.
However, without direct proof, you have nothing. Isn't that right, Clavier? Unfortunately, yes, Christoph, you're right. That is, you would have been right until now.
Huh?
The jury trial. What? Did the news not reach your desk in solitary? The eyes of the nation are on this courtroom today. This is the trial case for the new judicial system.
That's right.
About to make him sweat.
I totally forgotten. The jurist system.
Jurist, you say?
The current judicial system has been deemed too closed off from society. This new system attempts to inject the wisdom of common citizens into the law.
Common citizens? Wisdom? Is this some kind of joke? What could we possibly gain from doing this? Entrusting our judicial system to a mindless, emotional mob of irrational mouth breathers?
Well, he's got a point for some cases.
That's
But
why
it's
there's
your-
multiple.
Yeah,
That's why
but
there are
it's-
multiple people.
Yeah.
Common citizens have something called common sense.
Well, most do.
Common sense is not restricted by the law.
Oh, he's
Nonsense.
sweating!
Nonsense. There is only room for two in the court. Me and the law. Keep the riffraff out. Out, I say.
They're not in the courtroom, actually. They're watching everything by video camera.
You see that they turn to the camera?
Yeah.
How can you allow this?
Incidentally, the one responsible for making this happen was Phoenix Wright. Oh,
just
we're gonna get a good
in the-
breakdown for this!
He's in the audience just like, fuck you. Phoenix Wright?
That's my name! Suck my dick!
I can so see him and uh-oh.
Ooh, ooh.
Uh-oh. Oh. Everything was leading to this. Of course. Right. I can't scream. I cannot scream. It's almost midnight.
Whoa!
Oh, I won't accept. I can't accept. This is no court. Law. Law is everything. Law is absolute. You let ignorant swine soil your courts.
This is why we have the option. Oh.
Christoph, it's over.
This is why you have the right to deny a trial by jury.
He does look time skip Dimitri. Clavier. The law is absolute. You can't be serious. What? Odd. I thought you spent your life looking for loopholes. The law isn't absolute. It's filled with contradictions.
The law is the end product of many years of history, the fruit of human knowledge. Like a gem, polished to a gleam through trials and errors. It is this fruit we receive and pass on, and face in our time. And it is always changing, growing. Nurturing it is our task as human beings.
Except for you, Christoph. You aren't changing. You've stopped. You're not needed anymore.
I couldn't think of anything to say. Maybe because I still haven't seen enough. Someday, I'll know what law is. I'll fight to change it if I have to.
I see no need for further prolong this trial. This began as the trial of Vera Masham, accused of murdering her father. The painter drew Masham, however. Several other incidents were revealed, and we seem to have reached a conclusion. Before this court declares a verdict, I await your decision. Jurists of the court. For the death of Drew Masham, how do you find the defendant Vera Masham? Innocent or guilty? I turn to you now to consider this matter.
Jurist
Jurist
Chambers.
Chamber. This ends the trial for this case. Only the verdict remains to be decided. Defendant Vera Masham is currently in intensive care.
Oh, it's Phoenix.
Oh, that's Phoenix.
If a decision cannot be reached today, it may never be reached. The factors involved are simple. Did the defendant poison her father that night? If so, she is guilty. Or was there another reason for Mr. Masham's death? Did another person poison him? If so, she's innocent. A panel has been provided for each of you to input your decision. That is all.
Please, wait!
Yes, jurist number 6?
There's something in the jurist's handbook here. Persons involved with the case may not be jurists.
That is correct. I've looked into all your dossiers. None of you were involved with the development of the case.
With the development of the case, I see.
Does that answer your concern? It's time for your verdicts. Make your decision in the case against Vera Masham. After 7 years, the truth is ready to be heard. Judge wisely. Judge well. Oh, I have a choice.
You get to choose.
No, I don't. It's just a thing on the bottom. I could just say she's guilty.
After all that work.
Fuck that. No. Not
innocent.
guilty. Oh!
What happened?
That was a bracelet! There was an Apollo-shaped bracelet on that hand that selected not guilty. You know, like the bracelet Apollo has?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see it right here.
So there was someone connected to the Grammarize.
And so a verdict was reached on October 9th, 2:14 p.m.
I think this might still be Phoenix. First verdict under the jurist system. Innocent by unanimous decision. The record will show that when the verdict was announced, special witness Christoph Gavin laughed. A laugh louder than any had ever heard before or since. A laugh that echoed in the halls of the justice, lingering for what seemed like hours. October 10th, 8:30 a.m., the morning after the trial. In an intensive care ward, a true miracle occurred. Oh, I bet if we selected guilty, she would die.
Maybe.
Vera Masham opened her eyes.
That's Phoenix Wright's
Yeah.
hospital bed.
Vera, I'm so glad.
Don't cry, Apollo. I'm happy too. I'm proud. You did well, Apollo. When I thought about it, what if Vera...
Hey now, don't you start crying too! Sorry you had to see us like this. Aw.
Aw.
Vera?
Thank you so much. Apollo, thank you.
No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pressed you like that. If I hadn't, you'd never have bitten your nails.
No, I was wrong. Staying locked inside like that, clinging to my good luck charm.
Vera.
When I opened my eyes and saw you, I finally understood. It's important to be a part of the world. To see things with your own eyes.
Looks like that poison had some effect after all. It killed off whatever was holding Vera back from life.
I knew you'd pull through, Vera. I mean, that's what Apollo was fighting for the whole time. Your future.
I won't forget it. Here, let me thank you.
No, really, it's okay. Aww.
Oh, look! It's me! I love it! Thanks!
Yeah, that's Apollo, all right.
Is that me?
She really captured your essence, Apollo. Well, I think so at least.
Reminds me. Do you know where the other lawyer is?
The other lawyer.
Oh, you mean Daddy! Except he's not a lawyer anymore.
He's like, guess what, bitches? I'm reinstated. That would be hilarious.
Yes,
if he just
please.
shows up.
Please, I want to voice that. I want to voice that happening.
It's my fault, isn't it? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's not what I meant.
No, it's okay. I'm through looking away from things I've done. I hope I could look at him in the eyes again someday and apologize.
Opens the
Remember
door.
what Phoenix said.
What?
Remember what Phoenix said. Next time he sees her, he'll bring a smile.
Oh.
What were you about to say?
I was about to make a joke like Phoenix walks through the door. Hey, you ready to start? I'm sure he'd be happy to hear that.
He brought all those things for me when he came to visit earlier.
He's like all cut up now. He's gonna get her hooked on the Steel Samurai and the Nickel Samurai and Samurai Boogie Woogie and how many other
And the
freaking
Pink
things
Samurai. The Pink Princess Samurai.
You mean that stack of videos? Mr. Wright finished watching all of them?
You know, I knew my real daddy was alive.
Huh?
I was there 7 years ago, remember? I was the one who helped him vanish from the courtroom.
You did what? How?
I'm not telling. He promised me that day he went away.
We may not meet again for some time, Trucy. But know this, I will be watching, and someday I shall return. You're the next Grammari, after all.
Oh, Trucy. In the end, he couldn't keep that promise, could he?
It's okay. Phoenix is my daddy now. Even if he can't really play the piano.
That he can't.
Oh, and I've got you too. Even if your voice is kind of loud sometimes.
Glad I made your list.
Hey, come to think of it, where is Daddy? The one who can't play. Do you know Apollo?
I think he said he had to meet someone.
I wonder. Maybe it's a new mommy.
We can only hope. It's Maya.
Maya! Fingers crossed, guys! Please be Maya. Please be Maya. Please be Maya.
No, I see them more as brother and sister. That's
I don't.
their relationship.
I don't. I could totally see them getting together.
Oh, Trucy?
Yes, Vera?
I was wondering, could you show him to me once more?
Oh, Mr. Hat.
Sir Hat, was it?
Oh, he's not been knighted yet. Oh, he's not been knighted yet. Here goes. Do us an impersonation, Mr. Hat.
Objection! Ahem!
Not loud enough. And I like Miss Magic underwear better anyway.
That's magic panties, Apollo.
Phoenix. So, your memories returned?
Mr. Wright, was this all part of your plan too?
I don't know what you're talking about.
When I lost my memory.
Wait. That's... What's her fucking name? For the previous trial. Lamior. No fucking way!
Remier.
Oh my god!
Oh, technically speaking, the third case syndrome doesn't exist in this game because it does tie into the full game.
When I lost my memory, I was reborn as Lamior. But you knew my true identity, did you not? That is why you chose me as one of your jurists. Ah, you're thinking into it too much. Besides, there's no guarantee that regaining your memory would make you happy. Of course, it is a happy thing. For so long, I thought I was alone. But now I know I have children. 2 dear children. I'm so proud of them. This, too, I think, is thanks to you. So when she got shot, she just got injured and lost her memory. She didn't die.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Are you going to tell them? They do not know? Nope. They don't know their mother. They don't even know their siblings. I will go to them when the time is right. Until then, don't worry. I'll take care of them for you. They're very important to me, too.
Aww.
A little annoying at times, but still.
He's like, one is loud and one steals all my money. But...
I have to keep an eye on her, at least. Because I'm the only one who knows how she really feels on the inside. Oh.
Aww.
Your bracelet. Yes. I've seen a lot of mysterious things these past several years. But your bracelets were the strangest of all. I remember meeting him half a year ago now, in Christoph Gavin's office. And then I met you. 2 fates destined to intertwine. And I was there when they crossed. I'll never forget that. Such a small thing, that bullet. Yet it tore who I was away. Damn. 10 years ago, during a simple rehearsal.
To answer your question, it seems like Trucy was 5.
Huh, okay. It was a miracle no one died, but I didn't survive that accident. How'd she end up in Borginia then?
I don't know.
That is why I left the troop, my family. Now my memory has returned. I am myself once more. For the first time, I am glad to be alive, Mr. Wright. Speaking of miracles, Vera Masham regained consciousness this morning. I can only hope she's as glad as you are. It is a strange thing, fate. Sometimes a life is taken. Sometimes a life is spared. You know what I've been thinking? People don't die that easily. Really. As long as they've got something worth living for. And that's pretty much the end of my story. For now, anyway. Still got a long way to go. And this power of mine, well, it needs some work. But there's hope now. We'd lost it, but oh, fuck you. That's why people here are smiling again. Hope. Yeah, I think I'll keep at this lawyer thing for a while. Oops, training time. Gotta go. Cords of steel, here comes justice. Nice.
That game ended on a really strong
Oh, wait.
note.
I'm glad you're staying with the agency, Apollo. It's like I found my long-lost big little brother. Oh, and don't you worry about Trope Gramier. Josie's on the case. Now that I have this, thanks to Daddy.
You see Gramier? Frankly, I got no doubts. But Hat Gramier, now that'd pack a punch.
We'll see about that, Mr. Hat.
Glad Glamier decided to give her vocals. It's not every day you get a trial that rocks harder than one of your gigs, yeah? That's why it's over. The Gramiers are breaking up. News caused a run of tissues at supermarkets nationwide. You're the real star now. Looking forward to your next jam session.
I wonder if Clavier appears in future games.
I believe he does.
Well, it's finally over. You know, thinking about it, I've been a piano player longer than I was a lawyer. Now everything's sorted and I've got my time on my hands. Maybe I'll take some lessons. Or maybe I'll take the bar exam again.
Take the bar exam again, Phoenix. Come on. Out of 10, how would you rate this game?
Oh, it's Emma. We'll discuss that in a moment. So I was standing around eating snackos the other day when I got this crazy idea. What if they were golden? You could argument. What? The power of science. Although the preservation might not be 100% safe. The preservatives.
Oh, Emma. I'm thinking maybe like a 6.5. An unlikely event, you are wanting Russian feast. You can Boschka Bowl Club. Only thing cold in the restaurant is Borsk. But it's great challenge being required. Then come to the hideout. You know who to ask for.
Huh.
I'm thinking like 6.5 out of 10.
I'll give it a solid 6, maybe.
I feel as if the last case was definitely the highlight of the game.
Yeah. Oh, it's you! So, Kentucky Pastries is getting back to its Eastern roots, spread culture and all. You boss, culture time!
This is how we write root, capiche?
But we're still about giving back to the people. You boss, PR time!
And this is how we write people, alright?
Not that Walkie's paying any attention. Oh, kids. You know what I'm sad I never got to do?
What?
I wish when she did that little sword draw animation, it's like, you ever wanted to get castrated?
Bizzo! Chinese characters on a cake with a fly idea 3,000 years ago. Man, you want to make it today? You gotta keep it real. You know what I'm saying? Yo, that's what I made the OG cracker. For real. I know it doesn't look like a cracker. What do you want from me? OG muffin?
That's not a bad idea.
You can say that about every Ace Attorney game, though. Yeah, true, but with every other Ace Attorney game, it didn't feel like the last case.
Oh, this is your guy.
Oh, I don't know where to talk about the food. You ask me. There's only one food, and that's noodles. Noodles forever. I got a new one, too. See, this time, I just put a big chunk of salt in the bowl. Why pretending? You know, noodles, not the salt. Salt forever.
I think I get what you mean, though. Each case in the other Ace Attorney games had a merit of its own, but this game, it's like every case kind of built up to the last case. Oh, this guy. He's out of jail. Oh, my exponential... Fuck you, I'm not even gonna try. You say they used to call me Wesley Stickler and Wesley Sticky Hands, for reasons I will not disclose, but no longer. I have a new name, one that reflects my true academic nature. Wesley Sicko, reporting, yes, curiosity is a sickness, and I am the cure.
He's Wesley Sicko. I would have no problem with an overarching story like this, but I feel as if some of the other cases were just weaker than the 1, 2, 3 of the others in the trilogy.
The second case was probably the weakest in this game. Oh,
I'd say that
I don't know how to thank you for all you've done. Light has returned to my life, and with it joy. I may have lost years, but I have gained a treasure. 2 treasures, in fact. I will think of them when I write my next song. Yo, we never noticed the little curl in her hair. She has Juicy's curl, or Juicy has her mom's curl.
Yep. Brusha, brusha, brushel, brusha, brusha, brushel. Brusha Hill back on the beat with another interview. Eh? How do you feel about how things turned out? No scoop yet, but Joe in mint condition. And wow! Was he interviewing Christoph?
Maybe.
I decided to keep painting. Originals only, of course. I suppose you'll get a bit of the world outside when you want to paint. But I know there's good people out there now. I've met them. Oh, the door is open. The world is waiting. Thank you. The Grammy heirs. All their little symbols. Oh, the 3 main cast: Trucy, Apollo, and Mr. Hat. Now eat your burgers, Apollo. Have you seen that video?
No.
Basically, it was a comment. It's like it's like an animated video game comic.
Oh, wait. Yeah, no, I think I did see that video.
Where it's like, don't you just love the fact that we live in California while they're all dressed up in Japanese attire and they're eating sushi and they're like, eat your burger, Apollo.
I heard that was a funny video. Well, guys, that's wow, just over 7 hours.
Dang.
I still think the third trial of the last game, like I think our last video of the trilogy was still probably the longest, but this one was close. All right then. Well, I guess that ends things Ace Attorney related for the time being. I don't know. I guess with the ending of that game, I guess the idea of playing the other 2 has lightened up a bit to me.
Who knows?
Who knows indeed. We'll have to sit on that one for a while, but I hope you guys.
We'll take a little bit of a break and we'll go on from there.
All right, guys. Well, You guys should do Ace Idiot on YouTube. Find Ace Idiot. Maybe. Should at least you should take a break at least. Oh, we will. We will. Don't worry. Anyways, guys, we're gonna go ahead and call this here. Hope you all have a good night, and we will see you sometime later.
All right, peace, guys.